Caleb.
Of course. Is there anything else anyone wanted to go over? I would say if not, we'll go ahead and wrap it up before the imbalances. Alrighty. I was gonna say I'll go ahead, wrap everything up, and then I will see you guys in the Discord there.
Thank you.
Take care, you guys.
AMD is below the 100 level, coinciding with the pre-market highs. Testing that level. Tesla is having like an opening range. Looking at the 249.
Yeah, I took it as a down through opening, even though
Okay,
it was
Tesla.
Tesla. Yeah,
And this is looking
even
like here where we might get the first minute bar low break. Right there, yep, 115.59. Coming up to the 9 EMA here on the first on the 1 minute. Strong rebid from there. About 116.
What a rebid on the Nvidia 9
Yeah, I was looking to see if it was gonna be like that because of how it's just been acting today.
was looking for a
Like,
multi-bar consolidation.
I was
In
gonna say,
one.
yeah, usually it's like you get like a one after the touch, you get like another minute or two before the move higher, but because of the strong rebids today, as soon as it got there, it just got rebid right away.
Mhm.
Nvidia approaching first resistance level on the high time frame. Let's see. Wait.
And just feel like selling this one.
UTR is just ranging there, looking for a break if market continues. Good repeat on the Qs. Same. Let's see if it can break.
Still holding Tesla.
Nice. Do you have like a target in Tesla, or are you only going in?
Well, when the momentum's slow, I might take it off. And I might get flat on the 12-bar break. Trailing stop. Trailing. So far, the momentum is still there on the tape.
It's 251, the first resistance on Tesla. And Nvidia is below the 116. Go for it. Uses in VWAP.
Tesla's struggling to get above 250. Looking for a continuation for Tesla.
Looking to see if we're gonna get a VWAP retracement here. If we are able, if we get a break back above 116.
And this 115 has been like a support and resistance in the area.
So we should see the low volume retracement back, and so should see look for like a bar like 2 million plus shares done roughly on that reclaim or that move back up if we get back above 116.
Spike in Boolean. Use.
Ready to test up here 116 now? You can see and feel how the tape has changed though, whereas before we were getting a rebid instantly, now we're just more of not as present and it's just more grindy.
Q seems can be a fashion relate to the chart. It breaks that support. And Bitcoin is below that CPI news. CPI news. Let me see.
Looking at Neo, he's really strong.
Do you have like a catalyst or something?
He got some news yesterday about guidance. And he's breaking a key resistant, multi-mana resistant level about 5.3.
I'm long Tesla.
Yo, was I muted this whole time? Yeah, right? You guys hear me?
Hey, Enrique, yeah, we
Yeah.
can.
Oh, okay. Just now, right? Because I was talking this whole
Yeah,
morning.
just now.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because I changed that, so true. I was on mute this whole time. On Discord, it said that I was on, but my mic was on mute. Yeah, it was like a shorted or delta on that low daybreak from yesterday. On that hitchhiker, 90. I'll say hitchhiker, and it's not a 90 MA. The break of 46. Just took some coverage. And then gonna hold the rest. Hopefully, we go back to 44s. The after hours for the news, maybe, or the pre-market lows. Ideally, pre-market lows from yesterday.
Enrique, where'd you change seats to?
Right next to Sammy's.
Oh, really? You're in the middle?
I'm in the middle, bro.
Nice. Is he there today?
Nope.
No one's in there today?
No one. You're not even here. Nobody's here.
Yeah. I was supposed to come back yesterday, but then I gotta, dude. My car got hit by like hail again, bro. So I gotta go get it fixed. So I'm coming back Friday.
Oh, okay, nice. Stay home a little bit longer. Enjoy the warm weather. You said
Yeah,
hail?
yeah, bro. I'll show you a video when I get there.
I thought it doesn't rain in Texas.
Texas is dumb. I don't know.
Oh no, now I see why you like that. Nothing, nothing. Oh shit, this Tesla's bouncing. Okay. Yeah, but the cues are not helping, bro.
Yeah, the Q's had a strong rebate with volume there.
Did anyone play the CPI this morning?
No, not me. I came in late. I was like, I'm not trying to get my feelings hurt. First things first in the morning.
I haven't done
This
any.
one?
I don't know what to do.
I'm keeping an eye on EH for later in the day. I want to see it. It's bouncing from that 2140s. If it builds a backside, I'll take it long. Back over 22s. Target VWAP.
He's reclaiming about big web.
AMD's close.
Oh, is that something you? I want to know if anybody like has a playbook on that, like CPI lows. We just bounced from there, like 476. 2 points, real quick. 476.50. Swoop.
Video testing is 116. Let's see.
Come on, Delta, just crack. I'm also looking at United Airlines. In the 5 minute. I'm gonna take the short. Yesterday's lows. shorted some delta here. 7240s. And stop out above 73. We reclaim yesterday's lows. Verizon straight down. Okay. That'll make it. American Airlines also. Taking more covers here in Delta. 4450s.
Could see a potential fashionably late setting up here in the video.
The short side? Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
to the short side.
I was thinking the backside there, but are you prefer to wait to the
Yeah, I'm staying away
cross?
from that name, bro. I don't know.
That Delta trade was very nice, man.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. United Airlines starting off for the same thing. A little late to the party. We just broke low day from yesterday's.
Yeah,
And
consolidation below the yesterday lows. Very nice. VWAP, Nvidia.
oh, that EH set up for a backside there. Fuck, I'm not chasing that. But had that roll up in the 958, came back, 22 break. Back red to green. Oh yeah, baby. United Airlines, there you go. Crash, baby. Well, not the plane, but, you know, crash.
Nvidia is in the open. This is in the off day.
Covering more Delta here, 4420s. That's a 27. Yeah, I'm gonna cover some United Airlines in 271 skews coming into that CPI low again. I don't know if this shit bounces. I don't want to give back any gains. Let's see. I'm gonna 2-bar trail this now. Delta's gonna set up for a backside later on. Price steady on the VWAPs from the open. Oh, I'm sorry, on the 90 MA. Yeah, I'm covering some United Airlines here. Taking off half. took some off in United Airlines here. This low day break. Still holding half of my position. That Nvidia, you could maybe look short a pop into 115s. 1540 stop, 1550 stop maybe.
What happened with the airlines yesterday?
Wait, who?
With the airlines?
Airlines? Oh, they
Yeah.
lower guidance and sales. I think it was Delta that
Both?
came out. Well, they trade in the same sector, so one gets affected, the other one gets affected. It's like the overall market team thingy. I actually took the backside in United Airlines yesterday at 11. I had that rubber band at 11:06, clean backside 11:20, so I longed it. 74.50s, risking $1. Then I held all day until we hit target at VWAP.
Yes.
All right.
I was thinking of shorting that after it broke low a day at 10 of like 10:10 on that low day break right there, and then just trail the 9 EMA like what I'm doing right now. So like going back, I saw that cleanly so much, but I was just looking for a pop higher to short into. I should have got in there. I'm thinking of shorting some Nvidia here. Fuck it.
Take a second chance.
Yeah, stop swing high here. I'll be risking the top from 10-12. I don't want to see it trade above there again. So I'll be risking about 50 cents. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to this
Let's see if
United Airlines.
if Qs can break now. Seems like it's going to break. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm being more careful here in Delta. Just watching the tape and the candles, because this can offer like a 2-bar break into a rubber band. And then before you know it, we're back into 46. Oh, smart taking covers into that 70 and United Airlines. Yep, this is what I'm talking about.
So like a rubber band on Delta.
Yep. Because the Qs were coming into that CPI low there. 476. So it starts bouncing. Tick is below 0, so hopefully stays that way. And then maybe we get a rubber band after 10:30. Maybe this just is met with more selling. Apple broke low day. Maybe sets up for a second chance here.
Oh.
Alright, I didn't take covers in Delta. I'm still holding this. If it closes above the 5 EMA, I'm out. Yeah, United Airlines is down 1 ATR, so this thing could bounce. into that 172s. NVIDIA rejecting VWAP again. Yo, how's the weather like in Texas, Randy?
Hot as fuck. It's 80 degrees out here.
What is it?
80?
80? Oh, damn.
It's
Yeah.
I was saying it's hotter than Florida.
No, it's hot over here. I'm so used to the cold that I'm still wearing my puffer jacket though. Bro.
You have your AC blasting inside the house with a coat and a blanket.
Jack. I was like,
He's
what is
breaking
going
in the middle of the day.
Alright, I'm gonna add some Delta short here. I'll add back.
Seems like you want to hold, but let's see. Hey, Randy, are you there in Karishner group or are you living there?
No, I live in New York. I'm just here to visit my family.
Oh, okay. NVIDIA,
Red
you know,
Q's
they
broke that CPI low. Let's see.
right.
Added short in United Airlines. Now I have a stop 7250s. That NVIDIA fashionably. There you go.
Rico, why did you want to move seats?
Cause I don't like being alone.
The fuck?
I
That
need
sounds
more
weird.
screens, bro. No, it was actually Boris that told me that, yo, I want you to remove. I'm like, alright, perfect for me.
Oh, he told you?
Yeah. Alright, this United Airlines better break the 70 level. Because if it breaks above 7250, that'll be my stop. This can turn into a fashionably late real quick. But with the Qs breaking that lows, I'm comfortable with the short. But I know that it breaks above 7250, so I gotta get the fuck out.
Hey, let's stop cussing, alright?
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Keep it under H. PG-13.
There's no reason. Yes.
say you're coming back Monday?
Friday.
Oh, Friday. Are you coming into the office
Yeah.
Friday or just?
I get there like late.
Also add a Delta short. Now the trade's about 49, 45. I'll be out of everything. Which airline are you flying, Randy? So I can short it.
Delta. Yeah, short it. Hey, you still have Befram, right?
What? Say that again?
Monday. Still have him Befram?
Yeah, got you.
Monday.
Yep.
I'll make a.
Oh, you're breaking up. What? You make what?
I'll make tacos. I'm really good at it now. I know how to make them.
I didn't hear that. You're gonna make what? Pancakes?
Tacos.
Oh, tacos. Oh, okay. You're gonna make a Mexican tacos. Okay.
No, not Mexican. It's American tacos.
Oh, you talk about the hard shelf trash?
No, it's gonna be tortillas
Ah, okay.
if I can find them.
Come over, bro.
I'm gonna just go drink.
Yo, I gotta take it to
Caleb, you see
my
anything moving?
favorite taco spot. Hood, maybe. Hood is
I got nothing,
second
bro.
chance. It broke low day.
ATR on hood is not. Yeah, it's just trash, bro.
Oh, that was a good ad there. Short Delta. With Q's. Q's, baby, Q's.
Momentum is very slow in the queues.
Yeah, bro. Nobody wants to put me in the work, man.
Losing this
Yo,
475 can be interesting, but we are still there.
Friday was wild. What are you gonna put on them tacos, Randy?
Cheese and burrito.
And what?
I don't know. It's like a meat from Trader Joe's. It's fire.
Okay, that would be a quesadilla. That ain't no taco.
Yes, that's what it is. It's a quesadilla. Sorry.
That's quesadilla. Yo, I'm craving some chicken parm right now. Yeah, I'm just throwing bits into URL if we get a flush, so it gets me out, because I'm not liking this now. So slow, slow. 70s.
No one's at the office, Enrique?
Mm-mm. Not the usuals, you know.
Crazy.
Behind me, it's literally empty, bro.
No one in the front?
Mhm.
Sebi's not even there?
Mm-mm.
Wow. Yeah, bro. Anyone in the second row where I sit? Is beat out there?
Yeah. No.
Nice.
This delta better break here, because otherwise there's gonna be a lower high, and then starts
Is
breaking
breaking.
Qs, there you go, baby.
Is that as Nvidia in your low day?
Tick below 500 now. Negative 650s. Let's go clear.
What the fuck?
Maybe we can fill the gap in case.
How's Nvidia doing? Oh, fashionably late. Working, baby.
I'll be right back.
You just holding there and breaking.
Pepsi. What is Pepsi doing? Oh, Target looks interesting. Probably reversal. Backside later. Harris.
P's done and D's done. Reddit.
Still holding this United Airlines short. If it breaks above the 9 EMA, I'm out of it. Using the 5-minute as a trailing stop. And the 15. Oh, no wonder I'm cold. I'm sitting under the AC vent, bro. 72. Delta coming into lows. Let's see. Q's 474. Dash. Yeah, no volume. I'm fucking with that.
Qs are down, back at lows. Tesla's still in mid range. I cut this Tesla. Seems like it's not breaking down. Get out at 15s. 75. See how that works there.
Oh, Delta and the 15 even. The 15 minutes short looks good too. Above 45. Mm, 43.80 covers. That would be ideal. 44s. How much you pay for your flight ticket, Randy? Were they expensive?
No, they were cheap.
Oh yeah. How much?
100.
100?
100? Yeah, wasn't bad.
Oh shit.
Honestly, one of the reasons why I went back is because it was so cheap.
But you took a direct flight or you had to do a layover?
No, direct flight.
You sure it was Delta and not Spirit?
Yeah. Let me check. Maybe. I have no idea, bro.
Was it a yellow airplane, bro?
The mustard airplane. I got nothing, bro.
Off market.
You said what?
Tough market.
Jesus, bro. You flew into Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Dallas Fort Worth. Oh yeah, 128. Yo, that's not bad, bro. Round trip. Yeah, I wonder it'd be cheaper to fly into Dallas and then from Dallas fly to Mexico instead of having a direct flight. Oh damn. $400 a flight. That's not bad. Alright, I'm gonna start taking off some covers in United Airlines. Take off half and then let the other one run. Yo, Trump just gotta shut the fuck up, bro. Just let the market do its thing. Qs are trying to bounce now from the lows.
See if I short Tesla here, what happens?
It's gonna go up.
I know, so I'm not taking it.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the range, bro. I don't know. I'm just playing with fire. I'd rather just wait for that 250 push, 251, and then probably short it again from there. Play the top end of the range.
Oh man, it works.
Took off half of my, well, I put some orders in. There you go. I took off half of Delta. I mean United Airlines. I didn't like that strut because the
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna trade TQs. I'm reading this shit so clearly. I don't know why I'm not trading these.
TQQQQ.
Yeah.
The tick just went from negative 400 to positive 500 back to negative 500. What the fuck?
Maybe I should start a Tesla.
Alright, TQQ, Randy. Nice. Or just stop
Oh
at
shit.
90.
Wait. 60 50s. I'm not pushing that much size. I don't want to trade
You're
this.
not giving it 60-80? Swing highs?
Nah. I'll give 15-cent wiggle. I actually might get out now.
Why, bro? Just wait for that low day break. Coverage 472s.
I'm out. Fucking trade this market.
Q's breaking low day again. I'm still holding my shorts. I want to see the airplane crash. You still holding that short, Randy? TQQs?
Nah.
That's a good idea, though. DWTX.
Alrighty, boys. I was saying I'm gonna hop on off and I'm gonna get the 11 a.m. started.
Alright.
Recording in progress.
Right. So let's get into it. We had a gap up on CPI. Um, and what's been fascinating is we basically had a high put right on the open and then sold off with a little bit of an opening range break. This pattern has been a really good one. Justin just did a video on it, so it's a great thing to study if you want to go look at it. This is a pattern that we've been seeing a lot and does not really, despite the initial gap up, you can see how much weaker we've been through this entire day. And that's actually very concerning thinking about what can happen through the rest of the day. Gaps up that get sold are a huge concern and problem for trade for the market. What's been fascinating is some of the tech was a little bit stronger, but now it's getting weaker faster. So, we want to be very aware of this, how much selling can occur today. You always have to run the risk of a headline coming out, but the reality is right now we have a trending down day in the tape, and we want to be very, very aware of that. So that is a giant backdrop on the entirety of the day. There are a couple concepts that I think are really important to remember. One is when we don't go up on good news, that is tough. When we don't go down on bad news, that is tough for price action. So, you can see this most prevalently in Bitcoin. Let's go to IBIT real quick. Or, any of the Bitcoin names. And I've been trying different stuff around. Yeah, Justin's opening range break video from last week. I've been trying different stuff around today, but against basically short positions. And just kind of trying to see if we can get stuff. But you can see how quickly this got sold. It never really broke the highs and got sold pretty aggressively. So, our backdrop is, unlike yesterday, the lower CPI is in theory good for the economy. It means the Fed will likely be, so it means the Fed has a more direct path to continue to lower rates, basically. If CPI was much higher, that would be extremely bad for the economy, because then we would have an inflation problem on top of everything else, which we don't really want to see right now. So I think instinctually this was good, but you can see, the selling is prevalent. So the sellers are totally in control. I would encourage everybody to keep an eye on Bitcoin related stuff because MSTR has been a great short the last couple weeks. It's been actually my short of choice via options for the most part. So it's just one of those things that we want to be very aware of. If things are getting sold into strength, you want to be very aware of it. So this could turn out to be a pretty nasty day. Now, we're almost to unchanged in Qs, so that'll be interesting. But the fact that we took back so much of this strong move in Bitcoin is one of those things that has me quite concerned about the overall picture moving forward. So just things that we want to be thinking about as we look for the backdrop for the rest of the week. Remember, we're putting together narratives that are adjusting as we get more information. And that's a huge component of the type of trading that we're doing right now is we're adjusting to the new information. We had new information yesterday with the tariff walkbacks and the peace agreement, and we responded to it. But if we look at that up move yesterday, particularly in Bitcoin, you can see how strong it was. But the fact that we aren't doing anything to kind of stick with that is a little bit challenging. And so I am kind of still leaning pretty aggressively short at this point until something distinctly changes. All right, so that's our backdrop. Now let's talk about some specific trades from the day, because we do want to get into entries and exits. Let's look at the specifics for SPY, please. So let's zoom into the price action because remember, in a higher volatility environment, we can trade more Q, SPY, IWM, and we have a higher volatility environment. So a lot of us will trade stuff via 0 DTE options, calls and puts. You know, it tends to be a pretty reliable thing. And so you want to watch it. So let's look at the intricacies of this opening range break and talk through them with a little more detail. So you can see we try and go higher on the open, and for a good opening range break, you never actually really want to take out any important level of resistance. And we didn't in this case, did we? We just never took out an important area where we had spiked from, right? And then you want to look around, and especially when you're trading market-related stuff, you want to see what's strong and what's weak. So let's assume we can't see anything before 9:45. Let's take a look at Qs. Assume you can't see anything before 9:45. Qs kind of looking a little bit stronger, right? They tried to take out the highs, right? Okay, let's take a look at IWM.
Weak.
We took out the highs and then immediately sold. So if we're just looking at before 9:45, what are we seeing? Sorry, you're moving around. There you go. Are we seeing like something that really should have gone up on this go down? Yeah. And get sold basically right from the open. So that's where we're creating a bit of a bias on the opening range break. So let's go back to SPY, please. Thank you. And so when you get that break, you can short it, and your stop has to go above kind of here. That second chance, that quick pop, you can short it. And then we had this weird spike. I can't remember what that spike was for, but we had that weird spike. It was like a buy program kicked in. But then immediately what happened right after that? The seller stepped right back in, right? So at that point, your stop actually can go down to here. So it's basically a break-even stop after the sellers come in because it really shouldn't lift back up here. So let's move forward a little bit. So this is a situation where you can update your stop pretty quickly, right? And then we get the 2-day VWAP, and then we're like, okay, maybe we'll bounce, but you know, we try to. And what happens? You get a really good like second chance style entry where we get a distinct turn and you can look for continuation and then you can look for a break of the lows. So let's move it forward. Let's move it forward. And especially in an environment like this where you see the weakness in IWM, you want to be thinking, you know, you can cover half of your second chance down into the lows, but then you want to be holding still your opening range break trade for a bigger move until something distinct changes. So let's move forward just a little bit more after 10:30. You're going to stay with it short. And now we're starting to see some real momentum, right? And this is where you can go, okay, if we start to close above the 9 EMA or we do something else, like I can watch for this. But let's just see what happens here. Right there, like that's where I would get stopped out. And would I care about missing the next move? Like not entirely. That's where I would be out of my second part of this second chance, if that makes sense. Like my stop for the second chance would be right there because it failed kind of right into that prior area. And it also failed to get anywhere above the spike high, right? And then, you know, so I'd be stopped out of my second chance there, the rest of my second chance there. What am I doing with the opening range break trade? Yeah, there's this bouncy ball here that occurs as well. So that's another trade that you could look at. The opening range break trade, at this point, I'm thinking I need to see a higher low and a higher high get put in. Does that make sense? So let's zoom a little bit forward and see if we have a higher high and a higher low. Okay,
And yeah,
a little bit of a higher high. Let's see if there's a higher low.
this is up to date.
Oh, that's right now.
Yeah, this is right now.
So let's see if we get a little bit of, and I'm just looking at this higher high from right here. So basically, if we put in a higher low, then I'll be out of my position, and that's fine. Just things that I'm thinking about from here. Okay. Basically, if we take the high out right here, I'm thinking we're kind of done. So I might have to manage a position, but these are the things that I'm thinking about as we're trading around today. And I'm using the market as a big gauge for everything because of the gap up. This is so different than yesterday. Yesterday, we were in the middle of a range and kind of down at the lows, and we didn't have a catalyst. Today, we have a catalyst, and we have, kind of a gap up that failed pretty quickly, where we know we're in a little bit of a weaker tape. So it's just one of those situations where I'm actually very weary that we could get sold pretty aggressively today. And you look back and you're just like, wow, we were sold all day. Now, you have to constantly guard against there being a news catalyst that starts to take us higher. As we spoke about with Bella yesterday, you have to be really careful with that. But you can see 3 distinct trades here. The opening range break, when we failed to take out any highs. The second chance after that news catalyst, or I'm sorry, the second chance after that news catalyst spiked us up, or whatever it was, the buy program spiked us up. And then we came back right into that area and then failed, right? And then that bouncy ball, if you want to, through 2-day view up right here. It's a good call on the bouncy ball. I actually didn't see the bouncy ball. I was too obsessed with the idea that I was already short on the second chance in the other one. But that's a great call on the bouncy ball because you can see the cleanness of the bouncy ball, right? And now we're kind of wondering, are we going to continue to get sold or what's going to happen? I'm going to use IWM as a big gauge here. Obviously, trade the price action, but I'll use IWM as a big gauge. Let's take a look at the IWM chart as well. One more time. Does this look like the type of market that is going to reverse intraday? Not at all right now. Not at all right now. So we want to kind of be thinking about that. And again, things can change, but for now, that's kind of the direction that I'm leaning. And the reason why I'm leaning that way is because of the price action. I haven't seen anything that suggests we're going to get bought. Okay. Let's go to some individual names, please. EH. The spike was suspicious, right? That buy program spike was nasty. That was nasty. I was trying to pay for some of the options positions by shorting some Tesla because I kind of thought that it could really unwind. So I was just kind of trading around trying to pay for the options position that I was going to put on. And, it was just nasty. So, pre-market support break right there, gap up, quick failure, gap up, run up on earnings, and then quick failure. Let's look at how easy it was to hit that pre-market support trade. See that little consolidation right there? And it's almost like a gap give and go, but it doesn't go. And again, in this tape, you want to be looking, we might actually be putting it a little higher low here, so I'm probably going to have to cover puts, cover options. We'll see. But a big thing in that big component of what we do is you want to see a trade fail to work. And then if that trade fails to work, then you can kind of take the other trade. Does that make sense? So in EH, it looks like a gap give and go into support, but then you can see the sellers step right in, and that's where you can go, oh, okay, it could have been a gap give and go. It wasn't. So let's take the hitchhiker style pre-market low break trade. Give me just a second so I can cover these. I'll let it come back a little bit. Try and cover. It's also important to notice what should have happened and didn't happen. Again, that's a huge component of what we're doing right here, is what should have happened and doesn't happen. So also, what should we do all day? We should trend lower, right? And if we don't, that's information for later in the day. So we want to be very, very, very aware of all the different dynamics that are occurring. And we want to pay attention to some of that stuff. So let's see. The question was, our edge comes from only trade or setup plus catalyst. You're going to use the setup plus the catalyst as a backdrop, but you want to be watching for this. Sorry, let me answer some of these questions. Let's take a look at tick. Is this a tape that suggests that is this a tick reading that kind of suggests we might have a trending down day? Kind of, right? Not entirely, but kind of. We certainly had that period from 10:30 to like 11:15 that clearly suggested that. We couldn't really get above the zero line and hold above the zero line, right? Let's take a look at the VIX. What has VIX been doing? It's been grinding and trending higher, right? We might have an intraday reversal here, so we have to be aware of it, but it has been grinding higher after the gap down. So we have kind of cross currents, and now we're going to get into a very interesting part of the market, which is going to be, are we going to fail and continue lower, or are we going to bounce? And I think you're going to watch IWM as the biggest indication here, and then Bitcoin as the second indication here. Let's look at IBIT again, please. You can watch, we pulled into yesterday's support. Could we have a little bounce here and then roll over again? Absolutely. Why Bitcoin is an indication? That's a good question. I view Bitcoin as a risk sentiment vehicle, right? And in general, if we're seeing Bitcoin weak after a gap up, where was the strongest yesterday? How do you expect the risk sentiment across the board to be viewed? Like Bitcoin was the strongest thing yesterday afternoon, right? Remember, if we look at just yesterday afternoon, we actually had, I was talking with Enrique about it after the close. We had really good backsides. Don't look at Bitcoin, but look at the market. You notice how nasty, like we had that spike high on the, I think that was the peace deal or the tariffs being walked back or something like that. And we couldn't even get up at all. And then we had that good backside kind of into the close. And that was much weaker than if you look at Bitcoin again. So much of what we're doing right now, because we're in this area of uncertainty, is looking at relative strength, relative weakness, and where the leadership is. So let's look at Bitcoin real quick, please. That same period of time. Bitcoin was just holding the highs, right? So it's very, very fascinating to see that. So I think that the weaker ones right now are SPY, well, really IWM,
IW, yeah.
and then SPY, and then Qs, right? In that order. So I think that those are the ones you're going to want to watch to see if they start to bounce, then you're going to have to be really, really careful here. If they don't bounce, like on the short side, if they don't bounce, then you probably can get away with like you know, maybe second chances, but you're gonna want to be a little bit careful with this stuff. Does that all make sense? Target, cost, and Walmart are really weak today. Is that CPI related? Let's look at Target, cost, and Walmart. What sector are all those in?
They're XLP staples.
They're staples, right? So we can go back to our conversations with Dr. Steenbarger. When staples have been weak, this is Target. Let's go to cost.
Stronger and turned weak.
Stronger and then turned weak. Yep. And let's look at XLP.
Oh,
XLP in general is getting sold, right? Consumer staples are getting sold and they're breaking out of this range. So that's where that cross current is occurring. And that's where my concern with, is this really a trending down day, right? They're supposed to be the ones that are going to hold up in a environment where where people are selling growth and buying these staples, right? So this is if we take a step back, the one element of this whole thing that I'm really cautious about. And why, you know, kind of when we just covered that position, it's like, well, I don't really know, right? If I had more confidence in this downtrending day for the entirety, like I have a belief that we're probably going to trend down because of the failure that we had. But when you put something like this on, you have to take a step back and go, well, our bigger funds, how are they playing it? And maybe they're just selling that. And so over the course of, again, putting the pieces together over a couple days, we could trend down today, and then people will look at XLP and go, oh, they're selling staples now. We can go back into growth. It's a little safer to go back into growth, right? We have to be thinking the way the bigger funds are thinking right now because they're the ones pushing all this money around. And there's this fascinating phenomenon, right? There's this fascinating phenomenon that's happening. And do most people understand how macro funds work? Or should we go into it in a little bit of detail? Okay. So most macro funds, and I know a couple of people that work at macro funds, so I know kind of a little bit of the ins and outs. They are essentially working to be market neutral at all times. What does that mean? If you're trying to be market neutral at all times, what does that mean?
You have a book and you buy up performance and you sell underperformance depending on the market regime, the macro regime.
The macro regime, that's right. Right? So the idea is if you are of the belief that that growth is going to get hammered, which I honestly felt like that until about now, until we started this meeting, which is a little bit trickier, but it's similar to delta neutral, but a little bit different. So if you're of the belief that the market's going to get hit today, what are you most likely to buy? And Dr. Steenbarger's talked about this. Are you more likely to buy the consumer staples and then sell the growth? That's one strategy, right?
And utilities, for example.
And utilities, yep, exactly. But when you see this, right? And let's look at this against, let's look at XLU. You know, not that weak, but a little bit weaker, just trying to break below. And then let's look at XLY. And then let's look at consumer discretionary.
This is
Oh, sorry. No,
back to
sorry,
staples.
sorry. Yeah, no. XLY. Yeah. This is right. Consumer discretionary. Does this look like they are buying consumer discretionary and selling consumer staples?
Not at all.
They're both getting sold, right? And then let's look at XLK. Does it look like they're selling technology and buying consumer staples? Not really. We had a decent pull in though, right? So we want to be aware of how many cross currents are occurring in the tape today. And then we want to put together pieces over the next couple of days. Does that make sense? So when there's cross currents like what we're seeing today, and then if we start to see a rally, which I don't know that we're going to see a rally, but if we start to see a rally later today, you can say, okay, that consumer staples trade looks like it's unwinding. And we want to look for the potential of growth to come back. And this is a very normal phenomenon to occur 1 to 2 days before you see a bigger move. What we're going to look at is XLP. Let's go to XLP. Tomorrow. Later today into tomorrow. Because what happens if XLP starts bouncing? What happens there? Yeah, we can look for more indications that the sellers are going to continue and the rotation out of other sectors, right? But if this holds lower for maybe one more day, we can look into Friday and see the potential for kind of more risk-on sentiment occurring. Make sense? I understand that there are a ton of cross currents, but these are typically telegraphed a day or two in advance. And the reason why they're telegraphed a day or two in advance is because people can't unwind all positions at the same time. You'll start to see things unwind the day before. A lot of times you'll actually see VXX, start to unwind a day before the market bounces. And I know that's crazy to think about, but you'll start to see the VIX trade unwind a day before the market bounces. This is all global macro stuff, but it's stuff that I think is important to cover off on a tape like this. Right now, the bias for me is still short to the short term, but I'm aware that could, I could be wrong, and that's okay. What might that look like? For a VIX unwind, you would actually see VIX close low of the day today. And you kind of have this uptrend line that's been developing. You would see that uptrend line break in VIX. And then tomorrow we would see a quick spike and then a down move. Is there a book about global macro that you would recommend? Not really. There's not really a book about global macro that I would recommend. I'm trying to think if I've read any recently that have been good. If I think of one, I'll let you know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it and let you know. Do you think our foundations on ETF is in fact a market weakness? What's the book on intermarket analysis? Mirsay.
John Murphy, the very same one that published that technical analysis famous book.
What's the, can you find it? Somebody said George Soros wrote a book. I haven't read that one. That's probably a good one. Thank you. Mastering the market cycle. There you go. That's probably a good one. Okay. Yeah, thank you for people using ChatGPT or whatever large language model. That's great. Okay. Thank you for the recommendations, everybody. Okay, so this is a trickier day now. Is it really important to go so deep into macro for intraday? It will be important to go deep into macro while the macro stuff is going on. And right now, the macro stuff is going on, right? The macro stuff is playing out. As soon as the macro stuff stops being important to us, guess where we're going to go? Away from the macro into the individual catalyst. But right now, things are playing off of the global macro theme, so we want to be aware of them. The participants in the tape right now are big players, and we want to be aware of it. Couple other trades that I think are pretty important to cover off on today. We obviously had the Bitcoin continuation sell-off, and now that's bouncing pretty good too. So we could see an intraday reversal, which would be fascinating to see. And then if we get a close near the highs, then it's probably more risk on sentiment in going into tomorrow. But we need to see a close near the highs. And again, you can get a headline or something like that, similar to what we had yesterday. In general, you want to be in a position to take advantage of the volatility, and you want to be looking for signs that things have cleaned up. When we look at all the information that was presented today, do we feel like things have cleaned up?
Not yet.
No, they haven't really, right? We still have a lot of cross currents. It will clean up. Things will clean up. But when we start a meeting 34 minutes ago, and I'm sitting here going, man, we look like we could really get taken lower. And then in the time of the meeting, we've already bounced back to VWAP in some key names. And you can see VIX come off like this. It's tougher. And I'm not going to lie, it's tougher. And if you're struggling with your trading, that's okay right now. Just when things clean up, you're preparing for that opportunity. And this is something that you really want to understand. As traders, you actually want to build the skill of anticipation and avoid the skill of prediction. So you want to be anticipating a little bit and reacting versus predicting, right? You want to be anticipating a little bit and reacting versus predicting. And so anticipating a little bit is, oh, these signs are lining up. This is pretty clear. Okay, I see price action that lines up, right? And all we do with Catalyst and setup is we anticipate a little bit. And then with trade, we just have the opportunity to react. We anticipate a little bit based on our Catalyst and setup, and then we react based on trades that line up in that way. It's similar to what we just talked about. Like, honestly, like I was thinking when we started the 11 o'clock meeting, maybe we bounce to like a little bit up in the market and then we fail. But right now, this is a little too much of a bounce for me. And let's take a quick look at what Tick's doing. Now Tick is holding the 0 line. Is that something different? It's starting to hold the 0 line. Yeah, so even while we're in this meeting, we're seeing the market start to diverge from the prior theme that we had when we started this meeting. So if I was trading, this is where I would be, instead of doing this is where I would be covering my short and then looking for indications of, okay, backside's fashionably late. So NVIDIA looks like it's getting a good fashionably late right now. PLTR, I've had my eye on this one because it has an event tomorrow. So that's going to be very, very fascinating. Tesla could be very fascinating because it really only pulled into like the prior resistance turn support. So that could be very fascinating. Apple, a really good backside off the lows. Thank you for calling that out, Enrique. Like we've got all these things that are showing, okay, maybe we are going to turn. And this is the way sometimes turns occur. We looked like starting at 11 o'clock that we were going to be having a trending down day, right? And then we had an intraday change. I understand that, yeah, there are bag holders at a lot of levels, but there are also shorts at a lot of levels too now. Because if you were trading up until 11 o'clock, you're likely thinking potentially, okay, this is short. And then this pounce, you're probably shorting into a little bit, or maybe you're recognizing these shifts and you're buying some. But there are people who are going to be shorting into this. And so that is going to cause potentially a little bit more of a squeeze. Let's go through 5 stocks and look at how methodical the buy programs have been just while we're in this meeting. All right, just while we're in this meeting. Pick 5 stocks. Just post them in. PLTR, let's look at it. Off the lows, does that look like retail participation? Hood, off the lows. Does that look like retail participation? Amazon, off the lows. Netflix, off the Apple, off the lows. Like, we've got all these things that looked like they were so weak, and now they're just consistently being bid. So you want to be aware of how it's almost like we're trading a totally new day. So once you're done with this meeting, just take a couple minutes to reset, look at the bounces, and think about, we were in a low strength, high weakness environment before 11 o'clock. Everybody agree with that, based on everything we saw. Trending down day. What market have we been in since 11 o'clock? Or since we started this meeting, basically? Have we had any significant retracements at all? Not yet, right? Not yet. That can change again. If we start to fail, that can change. But right now, when I'm looking around at different things, I'm seeing, unfortunately, for everybody that's trading, I'm seeing a lack of selling pressure. So I want to be very aware that that lack of selling pressure is there now, and it's almost like it's a new day. And so if we start to hold up in markets, particularly if IWM's above 201, I think. Let's go to IWM really quickly. If IWM is holding above 201, what would be the significance above 201? Can you put your cursor right at 201? I guess 201 and a half, maybe. There you go. We start to hold above 201 and a half. Is that indication that we could have a trending down day invalid at that point? It's completely invalid. So we want to be aware of these cross currents that are occurring. And we want to be a little more selective going into the afternoon. And again, this is going to be a great day to just draw a bunch of levels on your charts and figure out, okay, what side of those levels are we trading on? IWM above 201 and a half. Man, I don't really want to be short this stuff unless it gives a distinct and clear failure. This clean uptrend in the market, like if it comes in, puts in a little bit of a higher low somewhere or a sideways consolidation, I want to be aware of that. VIX pulling back to VWAP. If it starts to hold below VWAP, that's going to be very interesting. So these are all going to be fascinating things that are going to play out over the rest of the day. And so let's really take a good look at all this stuff as we play out. You know, we have reading the tape at 1 and there's playbook at 1:30. By that time, we'll probably have a ton of information as far as what type of day it is. Okay? Everybody good with that? All right. And as always, be very aware of the headlines. Be very, very, very aware of the headlines. If we start to see some strength, if you haven't watched it, I did a video on how to trade high volatility, and you'll actually see. I didn't do the opening range break trade. I had it in there initially, and the opening range break trade got pulled because Justin did just such a good video on it, so I didn't want to do that. But the stuff scalp, and because Justin did that, so I don't need to try and teach a trade Justin knows. But we had, you know, it's got stuff scalps. It's got those intraday reversals, which we might be seeing right now. So you want to be aware of that. It's also got a trade that I actually wonder now if it might set up, which is above the clouds, which would be if we start to grind up. It's the last trade we talked about in that. If we grind up and then hold above a key level, we could see some real up moves into the close. All right. Sort of the inverse of what we saw Monday. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Take care, everyone. Hope everyone has a good rest of the day, and we will see you guys for tape and playbook.
You there?
and has been range bound with a few support levels at 310, 300, that whole number psychological level, and the recent low, which was 285.01. And you could see that the day it closed below 300, it also broke through the 100 SMA for the first time in quite a while. The higher time frame in MSTR and Bitcoin sets the stage for this higher time frame breakdown, and now we just need to look for a setup intraday to express this trade. Off the open, you see we're gapping up a little bit over 300. Right off the open, we break through 300, 300, and VWAP and the 9 EMA begin to act as resistance. I don't like to take opening range breaks before the full opening range has formed. I found that my win rate is quite low on these if I try to jump the gun before 945, before I let that opening range fully develop. So after 945, we get the breakdown, and then we get a really clean trend and solid momentum. You can see that momentum that comes in, and you can see that we start to extend away from the 9 EMA. So one take profit method, you could target one ATR from high of day, which brings us to around 282. However, as we traded into that recent low and started to slow down, that RL that you see I have here at 285, which was the recent low from this consolidation on the higher time frame, I'm taking profits into momentum as the momentum starts to slow down in this area. Then we break down, momentum continues to the downside, and I'm taking additional profits at 282, which is one ATR from high of day. And then you notice that we capitulate at 10:06 a.m. That's a good capitulation volume bar, the highest volume bar of the day by far at 10:06. And we get a break of the prior 2-minute bar high. And the combination of that trend break and that capitulation volume that comes in is a clear end to the trade, and we're taking profits there. The next opening range break trade that I want to dive into is OKLO from February 6th. So let's set the stage by looking at the higher time frame. OKLO has been showing clear relative strength to the market, so we could take a look at QQQ around this time in comparison. So you could see Qs are range bound, sort of in a more choppy market environment, while OKLO has no problem trending higher, putting in new highs. So we have a stock that is relatively strong to the upside in comparison to the overall market. In addition, this is a hot sector with some buzz behind it as interest grows in nuclear energy as a solution for AI-driven power demands. There is also backing from Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI. In addition, short interest was over 20%, which tells us that OKLO is susceptible to squeezes. On the higher time frame, you can see OKLO tries to break out here, closes at new recent highs, and the next day we put in an inside bar. So just a few levels that stuck out to me that I had marked off for this trade was this recent after hours high at 48.58, 48, and the prior day's high, which is right around, 48. What's actually interesting about this trade was that I was not actively watching it. I just had alerts set. I knew that I was only going to be interested in this trade if we broke through 48. So because of that, I just set alerts a little bit below 48. So in the morning, my alert went off as we traded into 48, and there was an immediate failure lower. So I set another alert near the highs, and I moved on. I got my second alert, which resulted in an immediate failure. So I set the alert again and moved on. Then at 10:40, my alert goes off again, just a little bit below 48. And what I notice is this huge volume coming into the upside, setting up a perfect opening range break opportunity. So as we broke through highs, I bought a position. As we broke through that recent after hours high, I added to my position. And with a volume bar like this, through recent highs, through recent after hours highs, and that 48 level, and that opening range high, This made for a really excellent opening range break to the upside. And when we have a very clear breakout bar like this, you can really simply put your stop just a few cents below that breakout bar. So we have confluence with an intraday high, higher time frame resistance area. We have the recent after hours high. So we have a lot of key levels here, which really just add some confidence to the trade. I love to see that confluence with the opening range breaks. So how did I manage this trade? Well, it worked out really quick and it worked way better than I expected. We get a push up into 50. So on the 2 minute, you can see, what's really interesting about this, if we zoom in, we have the failure from resistance, and then we start to curl lower and we break to the downside. And that ends up being a short trap and we start to curl higher, back over VWAP after a failed breakdown through the lows, which results in that squeeze. And again, I'm adding through highs, and then I'm taking my final add above that recent after hours high at 48.58, and the stop simply goes a few cents below that breakout bar. We get a really fast move into 50. 50 psychological level, clear momentum. So I'm going to implement a combination of take profit methods. I'm scaling out into 50 as we trade up into 52. That is 1 ATR from low of day, where I took profits on the remainder of my position. For this trade, I did swing a piece, which did not follow through, and I ended up getting stopped out on that. But overall, I thought that this was an amazing opening range break trade, and all I had to do was just set alerts at the key level that I wanted to know about. So next up, we'll take a look at BBAI from February 6th. Now, full disclosure, I did not trade this one, but one of the traders that I've been working with did spot this, and I thought it was an excellent trade. So let's take a look at it and review. On the higher time frame, you can see volume coming into BBAI. You can see this resistance level at $4.80. You can see it tests that. Looks like it's going to break out and fails. So we have a recent high of $5.20. In the pre-market, there was news in BBAI. The news was that they secured a significant contract with the U.S. Department of Defense. The deal involved using AI to enhance geopolitical risk analysis. RVOL was extremely high, and short interest, similar to OKLO, was above 20% for this stock, which tells us it's susceptible to a squeeze. And you can see in the pre-market, when that news comes out, we break over that recent high at $5.20. And you could bet that shorts are starting to get nervous here with the news and the higher time frame breakout. Now we need to look for a setup intraday to participate in this opportunity. So we have an intraday high, $5.85. We have a very tight opening range that is, you can see it clearly holding over VWAP. Every time it gets below VWAP, buyers step in, and you can see that with these wicks. Just wicks into VWAP and rebids, wicks into VWAP and rebids and rebids. And then it starts to hold up near the top of the opening range. And it's completely fine that if you take this opening range break to the upside and it stuffs and it fails and you get stopped out, that's completely fine. But more often than not, we need to give an idea more than one attempt. So you can see after that failure from new highs, we failed to break down and we continue to hold up in just this 9 EMA access support, which is really nice. And then we get the opening range break to the upside. A few ways that we could manage this trade. One, you would want to scale out of some into momentum as that momentum starts to slow. So that could be around $6.20. You can see that fail for 2 minutes there. And then we push up to $6.30, which is right around 1 ATR from low of day. So I think taking 1/3 or a quarter of your position off there is completely fair. And then we could look for a 2 ATR move, given that RVOL was extreme here. So you can see at the end of the day, BBAI traded 609% of its 30-day average volume. RVOL was extremely high. And what I like to say, when RVOL is over 5, we need to have an imagination. The stock could move 2, 3, 4, even 5 ATRs when RVOL stays elevated like that. And we know that the stock has over 20% short interest. You could use the 9 or 21 EMA to define your trend. We could see that the 9 doesn't really work out too well. You can see like we're kind of closing below it. We pull into it a couple times. And then what's really interesting is we get the first pull into the 21 EMA and it holds. So you could just simply say, as long as we're holding above the 21 EMA, I'm going to stay in this trade. We get some momentum and an extension above $7, nice round whole number. I would be taking additional profits there. We get another pullback to the 21 EMA on the 2-minute. And just to say real quick, I like to use the 9 and 21 on the 2-minute the best. We hold the 21, we push up, hold the 21 again, and we start to stall out around $7.40. And interestingly enough, that is now 2 ATRs from low of day, so a good sign to take additional profits. And then, what's nice about this is you get a clear trend break on volume as the stock fails from 750, and you get a cross of the 9 and 21 EMA for the first time all morning since that news came out in the pre-market. And you can see volume comes in there on the trend break. So if you're not out of this trade by now, that is your clear signal to take profits there. Now we're going to jump into RGTI, which is a quantum computing stock. After hours on Gen.
Okay, would you like to be able to catch breakouts within the first 15 to 30 minutes of the trading day before most other traders get in? You'll learn the simple, high-odds strategy of how to do just that in this video. I'm Mike Bellafiore, and we're one of the top proprietary trading firms located in New York City since 2005, and now Miami as well, and proud to have developed numerous 7 and even 8-figure per year traders. Watch, take notes, and learn from the team at our prop firm so you can grow your trading account.
Welcome back to another Bar by Bar. Today we're diving into one of the most effective and beginner-friendly trading strategies, the opening range break, or ORB, or ORB for short. If you've ever struggled to find a structured trade at the open, this is for you. So what exactly is an ORB or ORB? The opening range break is the high and low that forms in the first 15 or 30 minutes of trading. Big players establish this range as they build positions, creating a level of balance. When the stock breaks out of this range with strong volume, that's where the momentum can kick in and a trend could develop and provide a high probability trade. This is an excellent strategy for beginners because it offers clear rules for entry, stop placement, and targets, removing a lot of the guesswork from trading. In this video, I'll go bar by bar through real examples from the past few weeks, showing you how to identify a strong opening range, the volume confirmation that separates real breakouts from fakeouts, where to enter, set stops, and take profits, and small but critical nuances that most new and developing traders miss, things that can make a big difference in execution, confidence, and overall trade success. By the end of this, you'll have a simple yet powerful approach to trading opening range breaks effectively. So let's jump into the charts and break it down. The first one we're going to jump into is one of my biggest trades of the month in MSTR. Real simple trade. First, we're going to have to take a look at Bitcoin to sort of set the stage here. So you can see over the past week or two, Bitcoin has done a really good job holding over this $95,000 level. On the 24th, we closed below that 95K support. And on the day of the trade, Bitcoin was gapping down a bit below key higher time frame support levels, setting up a higher time frame breakdown. One product that I was looking at to express this trade was MSTR. Just zooming in a little bit, MSTR topped out in November and has been range bound with a few support levels at 310, 300, that whole number psychological level, and the recent low, which was 285.01. And you can see that the day it closed below 300. It also broke through the 100 SMA for the first time in quite a while. The higher time frame in MSTR and Bitcoin sets the stage for this higher time frame breakdown, and now we just need to look for a setup intraday to express this trade. Off the open, you can see we're gapping up a little bit over 300. Right off the open, we break through 300. 300 and VWAP and the 9 EMA begin to act as resistance. I don't like to take opening range breaks before the full opening range has formed. I found that my win rate is quite low on these if I try to jump the gun before 945, before I let that opening range fully develop. So after 945, we get the breakdown, and then we get a really clean trend and solid momentum. You can see that momentum that comes in, and you can see that we start to extend away from the 9 EMA. So one take profit method, you could target one ATR from high of day, which brings us to around 282. However, as we traded into that recent low and started to slow down, that RL that you see I have here at 285, which was the recent low from this consolidation on the higher time frame, I'm taking profits into momentum as the momentum starts to slow down in this area. Then we break down, momentum continues to the downside, and I'm taking additional profits at 282, which is one ATR from high of day. And then you notice that we capitulate at 10:06 a.m. That's a good capitulation volume bar, the highest volume bar of the day by far at 10:06. And we get a break of the prior 2-minute bar high. And the combination of that trend break and that capitulation volume that comes in is a clear end to the trade, and we're taking profits there. The next opening range break trade that I want to dive into is OKLO from February 6th. So let's set the stage by looking at the higher time frame. OKLO has been showing clear relative strength to the market, so we could take a look at QQQ around this time in comparison. So you could see Qs are range bound, sort of in a more choppy market environment, while OKLO has no problem trending higher, putting in new highs. So we have a stock that is relatively strong to the upside in comparison to the overall market. In addition, this is a hot sector with some buzz behind it as interest grows in nuclear energy as a solution for AI-driven power demands. There is also backing from Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI. In addition, short interest was over 20%, which tells us that OKLO is susceptible to squeezes. On the higher time frame, you can see OKLO tries to break out here, closes at new recent highs, and the next day we put in an inside bar. So just a few levels that stuck out to me that I had marked off for this trade was this recent after hours high at 48.58, 48, and the prior day's high, which is right around, 48. What's actually interesting about this trade was that I was not actively watching it. I just had alerts set. I knew that I was only going to be interested in this trade if we broke through 48. So because of that, I just set alerts a little bit below 48. So in the morning, my alert went off as we traded into 48, and there was an immediate failure lower. So I set another alert near the highs, and I moved on. I got my second alert, which resulted in an immediate failure. So I set the alert again and moved on. Then at 10:40, my alert goes off again, just a little bit below 48. And what I notice is this huge volume coming into the upside, setting up a perfect opening range break opportunity. So as we broke through highs, I bought a position. As we broke through that recent after hours high, I added to my position. And with a volume bar like this, through recent highs, through recent after hours highs, and that 48 level, and that opening range high, this made for a really excellent opening range break to the upside. And when we have a very clear breakout bar like this, you can really simply put your stop just a few cents below that breakout bar. So we have confluence with an intraday high, higher time frame, resistance area. We have the recent after hours high. So we have a lot of key levels here, which really just add some confidence to the trade. I love to see that confluence with the opening range breaks. So how did I manage this trade? Well, it worked out really quick and it worked way better than I expected. We get a push up into 50. So on the 2 minute, you can see, what's really interesting about this, if we zoom in, we have the failure from resistance, and then we start to curl lower and we break to the downside. And that ends up being a short trap, and we start to curl higher, back over VWAP after a failed breakdown through the lows, which results in that squeeze. And again, I'm adding through highs, and then I'm taking my final add above that recent after hours high at 48.58, and the stop simply goes a few cents below that breakout bar. We get a really fast move into 50. 50 psychological level, clear momentum. So I'm going to implement a combination of take profit methods. I'm scaling out into 50 as we trade up into 52. That is 1 ATR from low of day, where I took profits on the remainder of my position. For this trade, I did swing a piece, which did not follow through, and I ended up getting stopped out on that. But overall, I thought that this was an amazing opening range break trade, and all I had to do was just set alerts.
What's up?
Are you joining the meeting right now? The Easy Money trade?
I don't have access to that. Miren. But yeah, looking at the video, man, for potential high day break.
Just lo mandé. Nvidia. I'm looking at Apple. I got long Apple.
Gracias.
1120s. Might get out of here.
I don't used to trade Apple because it's like the moves are very
slow and steady.
They are like they don't have too much volatility, and in my case it's like I need a lot of buying power to trade that.
Okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, I was small with it. I should have gotten long at the Qs. But I saw.
I am long in the Qs.
Nice.
But just holding there. ¿Y no está yendo nadie a la reunión, a la oficina o qué onda?
Perdón.
No está yendo casi nadie a la oficina.
Ahorita no.
¿Y eso por qué?
Pues cada quien, no sé. Sí, no sé.
Está en remoto.
Sí, porque aquí tengo acceso a su plotter y está bien. Still here.
Good.
Yes. Bless you. Yeah, I'm getting out of Apple here. Every break the 90 EMA, I'm all out. I was actually long United Airlines too. I'm still holding some. Got long on the backside, 71s, 7170, 7150. I'm also long some Target and Walmart.
Target.
Yeah, I got long Target.
I was a good short.
Yeah, that was a good short, right? I didn't see that. I actually got alerted for target when it was down like 1 ATR. And then I just waited for the
Nvidia
low
seems
day
like
break.
it's trying to break.
And then the backside, I got long 109. Sold everything. Well, not everything, like 80% into VWAP. And I'm just holding small just in case we grind higher. Oh shit, I have 5% on my phone. Walmart might set up for a good backside. Just build a
Yeah,
little
the break
higher.
of the 86. Then
Yes, sir.
they don't have news. Do they have news?
No, it's no news. Just a market play.
See.
It was also down
Big
like
up.
1 ATR.
It's like Nvidia seems like trying to break this small dog. Lounder, and also I am low on LTR. The only one that is working very nice besides Qs is AMD also. Has broke that 100 level. Now it's 101.20. That's more like a trade to hold.
Yeah, Nvidia maybe a second chance. Well, that is, yeah, but it's I want to see a break high day first though.
Tesla is testing high day. That was a clear, like small dog also hitchhiker. My God.
Yeah, I'm not long in that. I don't know, man. I don't trust. I like to buy things where like all the way down. But if I start buying here, you have to risk. I want to
Yeah,
see
here.
a break of 250, 250.
Here I don't like. I prefer to enter before the break. In a previous trade, thinking a higher trade.
Yes, sir.
But it has volume. Let's see if holds can go higher. The 260s maybe. Can you hear my MetaTrader?
Your what?
MetaTrader. When I do an execution or like this, can you hear?
Let me see.
Ah, man.
Do that again.
¿Qué hice? ¿Qué hice?
Escucho el gallo. I'm serious.
No he escuchado yo al gallo, la verdad.
A ver, hágalo otra vez. What sound?
Ah, quiero ver. All right.
I don't hear anything.
Okay. These keys, I have the feel like it's going to do like a very heavy candle to the downside, just erasing all the move.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, man. I'm all done with Apple there. I'm done. That was a good ass trade, bro. From the lows.
Yeah, that was very nice. And you have clear reasons to sell VWAP and like a backside there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it took me on that curious.
I'm still holding small in United Airlines. Looking to break, sell into the push to 73, yesterday's lows. And I'm still holding a little bit of Walmart and Target. If Target breaks below 1920, I'm all out. Wait, has the meeting started? What's going on? It's supposed to be a meeting. ¿Sí se metió?
It says that I have to register.
Yeah, just register. Just mande un link.
In.
Market is
Recording in
trying to
progress.
digest where are we going to go from here. So I think what we have to look out for is just updates on the tariff war, what's going on. Hopefully there would be some type of resolution there within the next few weeks. So that's something to definitely keep an eye on and see the news flow that's coming from there.
This is
for some of you that are logging in for the first time, it's really important right now just to understand that this is a headline-driven market. So what you have to do is make sure you're piped in to all the important Twitter or X pages, I should say, important news sources, whether it's Benzinga, Trade the News, whatever. Again, no affiliation with them.
I think
Bloomberg, whatever it is that you have access to, that will give you updated and headline breaking news. Fairly simply, what I would do is also follow President Trump's True Social page itself for anything that's coming out there. That's super important. Super important. Make sure you're doing that and just prepping there.
What is the
and
meaning
just
of
going into stocks that are exhausted? You know, pretty much when I'm looking at a lot of my charts, a lot of things are looking exhausted. I'm seeing right now on my exhaustion filter about 185 symbols that are is labeled as oversold in my universe, which is highest I've seen in a while. And it's also, you know, these are things we have to watch out for. And again, I'm seeing a lot of weakness, broad-based weakness. Things are just broken, weak, holding lower and not getting a bounce. Again, not trying to be a bear, but just showing just current price action, what we've been seeing. As far as consolidations that I'm looking for, I'm looking at what I think will be important will be this Tesla. The zone I'll be looking at here, it will be 220 to 253. So basically the high of this bar right here. So from Monday to the low of it, right at 220, the exact low of this bar is actually 220. So I'm looking at this bar right here. So if we get any type of movement back below 220, if we start to consolidate and we break back below this 220 zone, you can maybe see some further downside. But you can see here, again, these are one of my charts where, again, we're just completely oversold below, again, the 30 RSI reading that I follow on the daily chart. And this is something that was oversold. So please, again, there's something to keep an eye on. Also, PLTR, nothing that I like to trade here, but keeping an eye on just this consolidation zone between 70 and 90. So specifically this zone right here and $90 I'll be looking at. If you get some type of resolution in either way, again, if we start to hold back over 90, maybe we can resume the trend, maybe back to the upside. Again, and also if you have a solid footing in the market, and then to the downside, holding below 78. Also, one thing that I want to just point out to
the
everyone,
meeting, so I'm trying to
this initial day that we did,
listen.
you know,
Yeah.
have the sell-off
Yeah.
here or just broad-based
Sorry,
weakness
bro.
here.
No, it's okay.
Again, its correction
I'm
was
going to I'm going
two
to
things
I'm
that
going
we
to
saw
take a
here.
break also.
Also,
I have to
CEO had filed a new trading plan as far as with
Yeah,
shares
but
that
I'm
would be
See you
not
later.
selling.
now.
Also, it was released that the Department
Yeah,
of Defense
same.
was going to be cutting the
Good.
budget by 8% each year for 5 years. They did not indicate where they were cutting the budget from. So key thing to look out there for any headlines or any news mentioning as far as, you know, contracts being consistent or renewed or growing from the Department of Defense. Again, because this is their biggest customer. So these are things to look out for that can be headline driven in itself. And Tobias asks, how does your oversold scanner work? This is based on our RSI, Tobias. That helps in itself. Okay, perfect. Strong uptrends. I'm not seeing too many things that are trending to the upside that are strong. One thing I did see off this note is COP has been unusually strong, so just going to keep eye on this and maybe oil in itself. But seeing something I've seen just trending higher last few days. Things that I'm showing again, that's just broad-based weakness. This is something recent also. This KSS that just had earnings yesterday. Also, just keeping an eye on this. Again, just showing broad-based weakness, strong downtrend. We had the gap down, now holding down. So keep an eye on that to see what happens here. iRobot also. Again, just kind of falling off a cliff. Something I'll, you know, definitely continue to keep an eye on. They did have a merger deal when Amazon was trying to buy them, and it's just been falling off the cliff from that once the deal was blocked. So something I'll just keep an eye on, just overall, just for headlines and news. And I do have alerts for that one. Things that are just weakness, just showing weakness again. AAL Airlines. You look at this, American Airlines, just super weak. You can see here, just strong trend, downtrend to the downside. Also UAL. Just keeping it there again, just travel sector, airline stocks, and looks like a lot of things in the market. Also EXPE itself, Expedia group, again, just showing weakness here as well. TIS. So a lot of these I'm showing here just highlighted just in the travel sector. The reason why I'm showing this because out of, you know, everything I saw here and kind of my filter that I track, a lot of them were in that that travel sector. So just want to highlight that. Tesla, again, as everyone knows. Come on, let's go here, bro. Let's go. Okay, perfect. Here you can see strong trend to the downside. Again, also, just for everyone that's logging in for the first time, this is this white line here is the 5 EMA. This is my momentum EMA, whichever time frame that I'm looking at a chart in or stock in. This is momentum. So whenever a stock is holding firmly and cleanly below this 5 EMA, that's showing me that there's strong momentum in that direction. So showing me again, there's strong direction momentum to the downside in Tesla. So let's see what happens here if we start to cross back above this blue line here, which is my 9 EMA, which shows maybe a possibility of a sign of a trend change here or trend changing, a shift of momentum. And then this red line here is my 20 EMA. So usually when we cross hold over this area, can indicate a strong trend change, just like we saw here to the upside when we saw that run up in Tesla, as you can see here. From towards the end of the year, we topped out at that 488. We came back below the momentum EMA. We quickly broke back above, crossed below, couldn't really hold back above, and it started to hold below. And then the trend changed, and we compressed right here, and it's just all hell broke loose once you broke below this level. So things I just track using my moving averages as far as strength and weakness. Also, this ROST. Holding here, again, showing weakness. We do break below this zone. Maybe we can see some weakness to the downside. If we do hold below that zone, maybe support will hold. Apple, as you can see here, there's been a strong trend. We begin consolidating the zone, this 220 to around like 213 zone has been like strong support that we haven't really been able to hold below. So again, if we do start to hold below this zone, maybe we can see some shift and some further weakness, or support can hold. We reclaim this 220 area and then maybe trend back higher. And the last one that I just want to put on the list is SBUCs. Again, showing extreme weakness, just, you know, roll with the market, just in a strong downtrend once we broke below the consolidation zone, because this was one of the stocks I had covered a few times that did have a strong trend and reached continued to the upside. What we're going to do right now is we're going to go into the easy money trades. And the first one that I'm going to review is this GV from last week. This is on 310. And this is going to zoom out. And what stands out to anyone about this chart when you look at it? What stands out to anyone? What stands out? Okay, and it's a downtrend. What else? Beat down. There's something else that stands out about this chart. Okay, consolidation. Somebody get volume. Perfect. Thank you, Ken. Volume. Super perfect. Look at the volume in this thing. Pretty much near non-existence, right? Non-existent. So even if we look at this date right here, going back to September of last year, right? No real volume here. No real volume at all, right? Nothing consistent. So what happens now, last week on March 5th, right here, you can zoom in, okay? Look at all this volume. Look at the sheer volume in the stock on this gap up here, right? And we're going to go back to this intraday. Go to this. Boom. And then this is going to go to the infamous 330 trade. So what happens here, right? And I'm also going to add VWAP. I'm going to add it because I like to keep my charts as clean as possible, not to have too many things on here. And please just disregard this RSI that's at the bottom of the page. I don't use that intraday, only for daily charts. So what I want to show right here is we have the gap up in GV, right? We have the trend higher from the pre-market session. Okay, and what we do here is off the open, we put in a high right here at 295, okay? And what happens now is this thing just continues to soak, continues to soak, continues to soak, continues to soak, holding around this 220 zone and not really breaking down, right? And what happens now is we break above VWAP and hold cleanly above. We're starting to hold higher because we really couldn't hold before above this 260 zone. We do push above and we just missed the previous high day and then come back down into the range. And more than likely what happens usually at these points here when something has been consolidating for, a good part of the day and, hasn't broken out. And again, it's failed from the high. What are people going to do? Are they going to be thinking it's going to probably attract some short sellers, right? Because they feel like, okay, it's broken down. It hasn't really broken out yet. Not going down, not going up, right? And just holding this range. But now just reflecting, I want everyone to go back and look and just understand that, look at this chart. We're doing unusual volume that's off the charts. The volume is just off the charts in comparison to previous states, right? And what we're doing now at this point, I'm going to zoom in here, as you can see, is we're starting to hold hold above VWAP again, which we did before. And what more than likely happened is that some traders, once we again failed this high and started to consolidate here, probably piled in short. Okay, probably piled in short at this point right here. And what we did here is break right above. Okay. I can't find GV. It's GV, Jan, GV. So George Victor, okay? And what happened here is we didn't have the breakdown. We held VWAP, respected VWAP, consolidated right here at this zone. And what we're doing now is we're getting later into the day. So this is right around 2:30 p.m. because the stock couldn't break down and this held all this volume. And what's happening is the stock is just building up all this pressure because it hasn't broken down at all. And you have people that are short that probably tried to short into the zone thinking that the stock was going to roll over and break through the lows, and it didn't. So anyone who is short the stock, right? What do they have to do by the end of the day if they feel like, okay, we haven't broken down now? What do they have to do by the close? They have to cover, right? And this is why it's an infamous trade here, and I really love this trade, is it offers so much opportunity for like these really clean and clear setups. Because at this point, right, if they have to cover, they're going to be running for the doors. So when you get this breakout zone, when we break above this 295, you're going to have people like us that are trying to get long, right? Because we know people are off sides. Cover means that they buy what they're shorting. Shah, that's correct. So they have to buy the shares to cover their short position. So that, Shah, that creates artificial buying for the stock. And then traders like us, we now have to buy to get long the stock as well. That's creating artificial pressure. And then also the algos are going to see this and buy the stock as well, okay? Because just to play with the zone. And what's going to happen here is going to cause this artificial buying, and you're going to cause these. I'm going to go into the 2 minute because this is where, again, we should trailing on here. Sorry. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to trail this out using my 2 minute trail. And what I mean by that, I'm going to pull this here, annotate, go to here, on. Okay, perfect. And what I'm going to do here, as you can see at this point, right, is play the breakout, right, above this 295. And what's going to happen here is you're going to use your stop. You're going to use a 2 minute trail. Your stop is going to be below this previous 2 minute bar, okay? And then as we move into this bar right here, your trail is going to be below this 2 minute bar, okay? And what's going to happen here at this point is we're going to have like a clean push right above this zone and to a breakout. And these are like really, really good momentum moves that you can make and trades that you can really play. That's really, really easy setups, okay? So these are like, this is one of my favorite 330 trades. Again, very low risk. Again, it's strictly fundamental. Just very strong. You have shorts that are trapped that can't, that need to get out of the position. You have buyers like us that want to get long on this breakout because, again, the stock has been consolidating all day on high volume, finally breaks out and then squeezes. So this is a very, very easy trade to make. And again, when something like this goes parabolic, when we go from like $3 to $4, I know I'm saying using that 2 minute trail, again, on something like this, you're going to have to play with the momentum and take sales because, again, the stock just went pretty vertical in a short period of time. So in something like this, again, you're going to want to use your discretion. Again, you can keep it simple and just use the system. Again, use that previous bar trail. When it's something like this that goes parabolic, again, what you want to do is be very careful, just playing the momentum and just following the trail. How do we trade it? Again, the chart I just showed you through. Again, you take this break out above the previous bar high at 295. Also, what happened here? There was also an offer at 300,000 share offer at $3 that also helped the squeeze. So as soon as we broke this 295, there was also an offer here for 300,000 shares on the offer that helped create this squeeze higher. So that was completely taken out. I mean, the buyers swept through, took that. And again, this is where we get these liquidity squeezes here like this that we saw. Second one I want to do, this is a really good one I really love. What I'm going to do here is AVGO. I'm going to do that. Just going to stop this. And let's see, going to just clean the chart really quick. Clear all drawings. And then go to AVGO. Okay, and then we're going to go to the AVGO earnings on this is going to be on March 6th. And this is why, you know, I love these earnings plays. And again, you always have to be aware of what's taking place. So after the close on March 6th, AVGO reported earnings, put in a high at 197.81 right here. And what happened thereafter is, again, put in the high, we came back and held this zone pretty tightly. We started to creep higher and actually broke above this 195 that we couldn't get above right here. I started to hold this 195. And then right at 5 p.m., the conference call started, the company conference call, because usually they release the numbers, and that's what happens here right after the close. And then thereafter, they have the conference call. Started at 5 o'clock. And then what happened thereafter at 5:08 p.m., we broke out above that high. So what you would do here is take this breakout above 197.81. And what you would do here, again, is just trail the previous bar. So your stop would be at this bar's low here, okay? And then as we get into this bar right here, your stop would be below this previous bar's low. Okay, but what we want to do is understand that, again, this is just a ridiculous move that we're seeing here at this point where the stock is exploding from this breakout, okay? So again, you can use your discretion to try to scale out its position as we move away, too far away from my 5 EMA. Because again, as I said, I use the 5 EMA as a momentum EMA through all time frames. And that's showing me here, again, on this breakout that we do get a fast move. So you can A, use the discretion to get out, or wait until we get this far move away from the 5 EMA. Okay, so I'm just going to remove that. Clear all drawings. And then what will happen if you didn't take sales and you just wanted to stick with the system in itself and just wait to be stopped out, then you would be stopped out right below this low right here where I'm highlighting at this point at 208.47. Okay, so once we take out the low of this bar, and that would be right here, we stopped out at 208.47. So again, this is a really simple earnings play setup that I wanted to show you as far as a range breakouts. This is a breakout trade for earnings. We get the initial plus on earnings release. We go sideways for a little bit. We start to hold higher over this 205 zone. I'm sorry, 195 zone that we couldn't hold above before. And then we get the conference call that starts at 5 p.m. And boom, we get that breakout above 197.81. So you take that breakout, you can trail using previous bars low if you want to into that system in itself, if you would like. But again, risking you're all the way here at 214 and then risking all the way back to 200, you have to use your discretion here. Again, it's up to you, but you have to use your discretion here for this breakout, for this trail. For me, again, I would be definitely taking sales into this because this is getting parabolic and exhausted. So yes, and Michael asks, yes, the stops are at the previous bar's low. Okay, so the previous bar's low would be the stop price. And again, as we move to the next bar, I'm moving my stop to the previous bar's low. As we get into this bar, it would be previous bar's low. But in situations like this, where the stock gets, again, parabolic and moves at a 90-degree angle going straight up, but you can't sustain, you have to use your discretion and take sales into this, okay, in itself. So Rami, you asked if I do use ATR stops and targets in such case. Rami, so for some of my intraday trades when we're breaking out of ranges, I will definitely use combine the ATR of the stock or the ATR or just the range of the consolidation and say, hey, maybe based on this range that we formed, if we consolidated for $4 in a $4 range and the stock, let's say on a daily to day basis can have an $8 range, or it's significantly in play doing extreme volume, because when it's in play and doing extreme volume, you can see the range expansion in the stock by probably 2x. So if it's a $4 stock, maybe you can do an $8 range for the day when it is in play and it's doing extreme volume. So in that case, I would look at the range that it's consolidated in and see, okay, this is the possible range that we can make from here. Okay, so Rami, I'll try to cover that in the next meeting, but I really do just want to just go through this really quickly because I have to rush through as far as with this meeting. So I hope everyone understood just the basic fundamentals of this setup here. And again, as we get into like the earnings season, again, into this, into these setups, this is a setup that you can use. And then it's just super, super easy to use. Okay, super, super easy to use. Next stock that I want to go into, I'm going to go really quickly. Again, I know you have to sign off. Just going to clear this up. Let's see here and clear. Promise just 1 minute. I'm just going to do MSTR. Perfect. And as we go here, we're going to go to the 10th. And I just want to give the backstory on this with MSTR on the 10th here. Perfect. What happened is we had this base pretty much and this bounce in crypto in itself, or bounce just in itself in some of the cryptocurrencies in MSTR. What happens is we get this first bar reversal under here. Okay, and what happens is we finally get this gap down at this point below this range, right? Because everyone's bagged, they're thinking this thing is going to squeeze, it's going to break out and it's going to run, but no, that's not so. Market's weak. Again, anything that's questionable, anything that's speculative is going to be sold off. And what happens is we get, I'm going to go into here, we get this gap down from below this range. Gonna zoom in, and again, what we do here is we get the opening range break. We have the high and low of the morning, and we have this low that's put in for the day. So from here, what you can do is just play the breakout below this zone using the 5-minute trail or 2-minute trail if you want to. Again, this is a little bit of a thinner stock, so you can use the 2-minute trail if you want to, or the 5-minute trail, and just trail it out again, and you would have been stopped out right here. And then what you can do again into this consolidation, once we break down from this zone and break that low, again, what we can do is use that 5-minute trail and hold through that low in itself. And again, this is something that you can best use on the 2-minute or 5-minute if you want to, whichever time frame that you want, and use that as a trailing setup. I can't stay because again, I am over for the allotment for the meeting, but you can see here, just super simple as far as, again, on the 2-minute, as far as the setup and how it trades and how to stay in this trade. Okay, so thank you everyone for joining today. Sorry I couldn't get the full meeting in, but I wanted to cover everything as possible. And thanks again for everything, and thanks for the recovery from Dad. So again, I'm not sure if again I'll be here on Monday, and so if it's not, I'm not here on Monday, then it'll definitely be rescheduled for next Wednesday. Okay, so thank you everyone. Best of luck. Keep your ears peeled for headlines, all the breaking news. Stay on top of it. Make sure you follow President's all social media pages, anything that's important that can move with the market. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Recording in progress.
Coming off the scalp radar I fired, and it's like right when we were talking about maybe we put in a higher low, kind of that's what happened. And as soon as that happens, your mind goes to backside trades. That's literally what you do. So I'll take myself off video and we can go into the tape really quickly. We have playbook in 1:30, so we're gonna get into it. So here we go. All right, so this is a couple minutes before the let me get all set. There we go. All right, a couple minutes before the backside fired, and a couple things that I want to think about is at this point we walked into the 11 a.m. and I boldly declared that we could be looking at a downtrending day with the potential that we weren't. And obviously a lot changed very, very quickly. We saw the market put in a distinct low. Things started to bounce. As soon as that higher low got put in, right where it said, got to be lightening up on options positions or on hedge positions or something like that. Like that was the indication of, okay, now potentially flipping to longs, and then you get something that fires. So let's just go through really quickly in PLTR. And I'll try and put buys and sells on so you'll actually see my position change when we get into it, but let's watch it as it sets up. I guess it fired probably 11:15 or something like that. Just for now, let's assume that we're watching it because it put in a slightly lower low right here. So we don't have the criteria for backside, which is higher low and higher high. We want to see the higher high first. and then we want to see the higher low get put in. Once we have the higher low, then it's like, okay, here we go. So we can actually speed it up a little more. If it wasn't until 11:24, that's good. Okay. This is the importance of, you'll recognize things in Scalp Radar or just in trading in a market like this in general. When things are a little clearer, they'll turn into better opportunities across different products, but you kind of want to pick the right one. Stock selection's huge. So stock selection can be really, really important in situations like this. And why it can be so important is because you can put yourself in a really good situation by listening to the price action, or you can put yourself in a really tough situation by being consumed with it. You know, remember, a lot of what we do is put ourselves in positions to anticipate what can happen and then just react, not predict. We want to put ourselves in positions to anticipate what can happen and then react to that. We don't want to put ourselves in positions to predict. I'll say it one more time because it's so important. In trading, you want to put yourself in positions to anticipate what could happen and then react if you're seeing signs that it will happen. There's 2 steps there. Put yourself in a position to be able to anticipate what could happen and then react if it does start to happen. That's all we're doing. We're not predicting. We're not predicting that this is going to turn into a backside. We're putting ourselves in positions. So now that we have a distinct, and we can look at the tape again. We'll go back a couple minutes here, but we can look at the tape again and see, and you don't even really need to see the tape, but you can kind of see it in the chart alone right here. So we see this uptrend starting, right? And where does the uptrend get back into? It gets back into the range, right? There was this area where buyers have really tried right here, that 80.5 to 82, and then the seller stepped right back in. Well, I wouldn't ever want to see it back above this 80.5 again if I was short. So that's the first moment of time that's like, oh, this is very interesting in this trade. You can just see it on the chart. And if you weren't watching it before, you're just going to look for something like that. It's even better if it happens above 81. It just doesn't happen in this case, but it's still pretty good. So let's watch it as it pulls into that 80.5 or tries to. Watch the tape right here. And I'm kind of watching the offer more than the bid because I'm expecting the offer to just step down, step down, step down here. And everybody's seen this. Oh, you see it start to lift. And then my eyes switch over to the bid, and I'm looking for the bid to step up and through. Because there are a lot of times that things will lift, and then the offer will still be there, and the bid will not step up. And if the bid doesn't step up, we don't have that buy program. We don't have what we really need. Again, you can kind of see it on the tape, but or on the chart alone. But since we're reading the tape, I just wanted to highlight that moment of this is a really important moment in any trade because that little dynamic that just occurred tells us so much. If it's a sell program that's occurring, what's going to happen to that? With that little pop, what's going to happen? With that little dropout and then that attempt to pop, what's going to happen? The sellers are going to step right back through and they're going to kind of grind it back down, right? The tape's going to get grindy and it'll get trappy and it'll get hard to stay long or to look for a long. But with this, you can see, and this is exactly what you want to see. And you guys are right. That's what's going to happen. It's going to fail. Lakeisha and Darius dead on. Joseph dead on. You're going to get a rejection. It's a downward channel. What does that mean? I'm not sure what that means. Like this? That whole thing is a downward channel? Like from there to there? Yeah, I guess it could be a downward channel. Yeah. So the downtrend line would be right around here, 81.30 or something. But right here, and I'm going to pause the tape just for a second. If the sell program is there, it will lift just like this. And then what will happen with the sellers? The sellers will not lift. The buyers will not step it up and through this 90. And it'll start to grind lower. And you want to, when you recognize that, you definitely want to stay away. Instead, what happens? Sellers are there. What happens to the buyers? You can see the sellers are there at 90. The buyers just don't care, do they? The bid steps up and through. That's what we mean by stepping up and through. This little moment is a really important factor, and you'll see it in both directions. And then the bidders continue to step up. So this is all setting it up. So let's jump ahead to 24, just for time's sake, when scalp radar fired. Right? So now we have this entire thing set up, correct? We have the higher low, and you can just look at where was that higher low. And then we got above this level too, right? So now we have a very clear indication that what should happen. We're seeing buyers again. The real stop for this trade is below this higher low that occurred at 80.50, but you don't really need to give it that far, do you? You can really give it just here at like this 80.90, that really important area. Maybe 80.80, right? So you're basically risking, let's call it 60 cents, right? And your target's obviously VWAP, maybe even a little bit above if it leaks through, because we know we're in higher volatility, so we'll leak through things more easily. But let's watch, okay? What do you want to see to enter this position? That capitulatory volume is a really good check as well, Fabian. Nice, right? You want to be aware of it, okay? This is an important factor in any trades that you're going to make. This is an important factor in breakout trades. This is an important factor in, reversal trades. This is an important factor in every sort of trade that you're going to make. First of all, you have a low volume candle right before a high volume candle. And look at that significance of that low volume pullback right before that high volume candle. You want to see a spot where the sellers try and take it down, and then the bidders step right up. I'm going to try and buy it when I see it so you can see what's happening here. See if you see it where the sellers try and step it lower and then the bidders just don't care. My eyes are on the offer because of that. Oh, I bought it right there. Right when that bidder stepped up. I guess I have different keys for buy. I didn't realize that. Okay. I almost immediately want to see the buyers step up. My stop would be down below here at 80.5. You see how aggressive the sellers are being and the bidders just are not dropping? This is Trading Sim. On my trading platform, I trade on Great Trade. See if you see it where the buyers step right up. You see the buyers step right through. Now, honestly, I would put a lot of my stop. I would stop out of some, like right below here, because that's that area where the buyers defended most recently. But everything's speeding up right now. You can see it, right? I added when it broke that 80-50. So I added here. I would not buy into the 1124 candle. I actually didn't mean to buy. I wasn't sure that it would. But as soon as the buyers step right back up, then I would add that. Then I would buy there. That makes sense. The 1126 candle, right? Because anytime you see something like this, I want to see the bidders behind me. So I don't want to get into a position where I'm buying and then all of a sudden the bidders drop out and the sellers step down and through. I want to get into a position where I see a bidder to bid against. Does that make sense? So you can see how the sellers tried there and then they bought right back up and through. Now I'm watching the tape. Stop of the ad would be below here, 8130-ish. And then the real stop's down there at 80. So does that make sense? So anytime you're trading breakouts, especially in this market, you want to see it get above, hold above, and then see buyers that are stepping that you can trade against that buyer. Now, I'm not surprised that there's a little resistance here because we had that like quick pop. I guess if we're seeing the channel trend, the channel break, it was occurring right there as well. If you're looking at the channel level. But now I'm not surprised to see some selling pressure, but I just want to see the buyers continue to step up and through. This is going to be a ton of information because now we're getting in to test that 9 EMA, right? This is a moment where it's a ton of information. Let's see how it reacts to that 9 EMA. Buyers stepped up, but the sellers are still there. They're selling it at like that 60 cents area, right? You can see how the bidders are there, but the sellers are right there as well. Okay, we start to lift. That's good. Sellers are still there. They're a little persistent. Okay, sellers are there. Yes, hesitation is okay because then if it does continue the uptrend, I expect it to go right to target very quickly. I would not take an exit at break even. I would let it stop me out below here because we saw this little battle just occur. And now we see the buyers stepping up and through. This is where the bidders are coming in, and this is where I would expect us to go above 82 and then potentially right to VWAP. You can see the persistence of the bidders at this point. They're not letting it drop at all, are they? We get an acceleration to VWAP, I'll sell all of my ad. And then look to see what happens at a 9 EMA again, because we're seeing a buyer off of the 9 EMA. I don't know how much I sold. I tried to sell down to my core. Looks like I still have my core left. And I apologize. I wasn't paying attention to the numbers. It's not like I was planning to do anything, but and then you want to see the 9 EMA catch up and see what the price action looks like when the 9 EMA catches up. My stop for the whole position goes right here now. Basically break even for the rest of it. Does that make sense? Anytime you add, like on something like this, like the second chance, basically, or like that little pull in, or, you know, I added down here when I saw that bidder, I put my stop right to there because I don't want to lose on this trade at all. So I want to take profits into my core up here. I'm almost thinking fashionably late, honestly, for VWAP. So I want to see, because of this dropout, I want to see it just riding the 9 EMA basically. The only reason I would be holding this is because I'm seeing the market do exactly what we wanted, where it got above and then it held higher. I don't think it's necessarily a one-to-one trade because it's one-to-one if I gave it all the way to the risk, right? Do you set both a limit for target price and a stop loss to secure your unrealized profit? I would put my offers up at VWAP the first time, and then my stop loss I would put just below that 81.49. So basically 81.47. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'm thinking at least another $1 above VWAP. Like, I'm not thinking it's going to necessarily go there in a clean way, but I'm thinking at least another $1 above VWAP. Does that make sense? Because it's come a long way already. So I'm not thinking like full on fashionably late, like, oh, this is going to go to the highs, mainly because the volume isn't there. But I'm thinking like, you know, if we get a leak through, maybe another $1. Does that make sense? My stop would not be all the way, you know, a third of that range. I would move my stop up, right? And that's how you change your risk to reward in these trades. You start with an initial stop in a trade that you're like, this looks like it could really go. It's got all the check marks. And this is just a solid B trade. This is nothing more than that. Let's skip ahead and just kind of see what happens, because now it's just riding the 9 EMA. So if it just goes, that's fine, and I've still got my trade. But ideally, I'd like to see it leak above VWAP, hold above VWAP, and then go. Does that make sense? I know Bella's going to kick us out in just a minute, but the key thing that I wanted to highlight on this is when you're... So there's that leak above VWAP. Let's see if it now holds above VWAP with the 9 EMA catching up. The thing that I wanted to highlight the most about reading the tape is trading against a spot in the tape. When we saw those bidders step in here at that 81.30, that's the spot that I really want to pay the most attention to. Does that make sense? When you're trading breakouts, a lot of times you want to see it step up, step through, and then hold it just a little bit, okay? Now it's going to be a little bit of a rinse and repeat here. If I see those bidders, can I add and can I take advantage of this opportunity? Yep. See if you can see the bidders step up. Now, what do I absolutely not want to see? I don't want to see the bidders drop. I don't want to see really any hesitation on the part of the bidders. I want to see the bidders just up and through and up and through, right? Nice acceleration. And now my eyes are firmly on the bid, and I'm just watching for the wherever the bidders drop, that's where I'll be out of my position. The bidders dropped, and that's where I would be out. And I tried to sell all of it, and I don't know, for some reason it didn't sell all of it. But basically, as soon as those bidders drop, that's where I want to be out. Okay? Make sense? I don't know why it's not selling, but anyway, there you go. Flat. There you go. All right? These are the simple things that can make a big difference.
Recording
lingering
in
things that we
progress.
continue to have, obviously, just an elevated interest rate environment, even though we seem to have seen just a bit of stabilization in terms of inflation. And also the Fed just maintaining the monetary policy, not making any changes to their stance, which shows just a bit of that stabilization on inflation.
Yeah, so Ricardo, you can get the playbook on Amazon. I'm sorry, you'll have to read it. I know that's something we used to do back in the day, read books. You'll have to read it. But yeah, inflation is top of mind for markets. Tariffs are not well liked by Wall Street. I'll give you a couple of things to be thinking about right now, okay? So look for a little bit more chatter that the Commerce Secretary takes a fall for the Trump administration. If you see that Howard Lutnick is fired, get long. That is a signal that they're going to walk back some of these tariffs. Something to be thinking about. Obviously, be easier for Trump to cut a deal with Canada. Second easiest to cut a deal with Mexico. Easiest to cut a deal with Canada. Second easiest to cut a deal with Mexico and get that off the table. The market will like that. So if we get deals on Canada and Mexico, get long, the market's going to go up. All right. Third, the market wants peace between Ukraine and Russia on terms that does not piss off Europe, that allows the US and Europe to still have good relations. If that happens, get long the market will go up quite a bit. Obviously, if it's on terms for Russia and we bully Ukraine into accepting Russia's terms, that's not good for the market's not going to like that. That's the U.S. ceding its global leadership in the world. Market's not going to like that. Market's going to go down off of that news. And so the other thing to think about is, hey, how'd the inflation number come in today?
It came lower than expected.
Yeah. Yep, came in a little bit lower. Are we going to start to hear the Fed is going to cut rates? Are we going to start to get a little bit more information there? That's going to be good for the market. Market's going to like that. All right, particularly if they're signaling they're going to be a little bit more aggressive cutting rates than we had thought. Market's going to like that. So right now, I said this. I snuck into Jeff's class the other day, and I said, look, I think the market over the next couple of days is more likely to go up. We're oversold. We had this great note from Jeffries the other day that went through all the indicators and showing that it was oversold. That was pretty interesting. But anyway, there's ways to measure oversold conditions. So we've got a little bit of that behind us. I think the thought right now, if nothing changes, is we're due for an up move, and then we're going to go lower. That this isn't the bottom. If nothing changes, and then obviously things can always change. They can walk back tariffs. Inflation can get better. There can be a deal. There can be peace on the right terms. So, but that's what's kind of going on right now. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah. And you pretty much covered everything that I had here just regarding the new administration. And I think the uncertainty and the risk that their policies bring to the global economy and therefore to the markets. So again, just moving on, so on this day we were still trading. We had just broken into new all-time highs. We would see in the charts, we had our support levels on SPY at 600 and more important level of 588. On the Qs, we had equally had made new all-time highs and then support 530 and then 520. things that are very notable to me, I like to measure the strength of the market and the breadth of the market. One thing that really stood out to me in this earnings season was that early on we had seen really strong or big relative strength on financials. So XLF was certainly leading the market higher, just outperforming tech and pretty much every other sector. One thing that I will show on the charts here is that the day prior to this trade, which is also related to this ticker, we had an important change in character in this sector, which was something that really stood out to me. Obviously, still remain in a strong long-term uptrend, but this previous was the weekly chart. And then as we come into the daily, we can see that we had recently just a little bit of back and forth action with, after the election, we had DeepSeek and a whole lot of uncertainty, even though we still had the buyers continue to step in, pressing higher until we broke into new all-time highs. And one thing that we discussed at length is that how just that breakout into new highs just didn't feel right.
Yeah. I love that word. We got to talk about that a little bit more. Super important for there to be more certainty for our markets, right? So we're not sure what the tariff policy is, right? And we're not sure what Trump's tariff policy is. We need more clarity on that. If you are a big money trader, how do you put a lot of money into US markets if you don't have more clarity? If you are a CEO, how do you put a lot of money into R&D or capital projects if you don't have more clarity? You're going to start to see this. I mean, capital projects are going to start to get cut back. And 3-6 months down the line, you're going to see softness in our economy because there's a lack of certainty. And if you're running a business, you have to think about the risk for your projects. And this is if you don't have certainty, you de-risk, you cut back. And so, I mean, just anecdotally, my father owns some commercial property, and we were going to expand on one of his commercial properties, make it bigger. And it was a total no-brainer. It's on this very populous road, gets a lot of traffic. There's a good tenant in there. The tenant wants more space. The tenant's business is only going to be better. I mean, it was no-brainer. And so my dad, who needs help with certain things, was saying, hey, should we do this? And I said, yes, we should do it. And then he called me up the other day and he's like, well, I don't know if we should still do this because of all the uncertainty. I'm like, I understand what you're saying, but I think we're going to be okay. Let's still do it. But all of those conversations from small businesses to big businesses are being had. And this isn't gonna go well until there's more certainty. We're gonna get hit even harder. So unless there's unless there's more certainty and a change in policy. All right.
I believe so. I think in this period in January to the end of February, so we had this kind of price action, just very much volatility in range, with that meaning that we were seeing buying into support, but whereas in the previous year we had seen breakouts and the like, in this period, January to February, we were just seeing selling into resistance. So we were seeing that kind of profit taking and the lack of commitment. And obviously things changed on actually the date of this trade. Then we had a significant pullback. But one thing that it's very interesting to me here is when I examine just the breadth of the market versus the actual price on the ETFs, like the breadth is telling us a different story. So in this chart here, we have the percentage of stocks that close above the 5-day moving average, the 20-day down here, the 50-day down here, the 200 and the 100 here at the bottom. So on the left, we have for the S&P 500s, and then on the right, we have for the NASDAQ. So one thing that was really notable to me is that even though we were pushing higher, especially in these last few days, the week before this trade, we're pushing up, so breaking out into new all-time highs, continuing pushing higher on price on the SPY and on the Qs. We see that, especially on the 50-day, for example, the 50-day moving average, we see that there is actually, it's beginning to decline, has been declining as the price of the SPY is rising. So this means that it's probably taking that there are just a large number of stocks that are closing below the 50-day moving average, and that these prices on the ETF are holding higher because the elements that carry the higher weights in the ETF, they continue to trade at high prices. But should they see a pullback, then it's likely that because of the deteriorating breadth, then
just so now, I don't think everybody understands what you just said, especially for the newer guys. So you're saying the market is going to highs, but you're seeing less stocks close above their 50-day moving average?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. So that's a great thing to look at, particularly when we're at highs. You would expect when you would expect if we're going to go higher, that stocks closing above moving averages would be going up, right?
That's correct. You will want to see more participation for continuing sustain uptrend.
Yeah. So generally what that means is that fewer stocks are just doing really great. Lesser stocks are not catching up. And so that can be a sign. I won't put words in your mouth. Well, I won't put words in your mouth. What does that mean to you? If less stocks are closing above the 50-day moving average and the market is at highs, what's that the signal to you of?
Well, it signals to me that there is, first of all, profit taking in the majority of names, perhaps de-risking, and that if there were to be a pullback in the elements of the ETF that had the highest holding, then there can be just a aggressive move to the downside in price and in the indices.
Yeah. So look, a lot of the momentum names really drove the market higher. Just want to make sure that you're taking another step, which is, is Square. I'm sorry, it's Block now. Is Block a momentum name, or is this really showing me a sign of weakness for this particular stock? I get it's Square, it's Block, it's SQ, it's XYZ. This whole thing is confusing.
Very confusing.
So Square used to be SQ, and now this became XYZ in late January. But now Square is Block. I get all that right?
That's correct, yeah. This still Block Inc.
We can't just call it Square? I don't think people know what Block. Anyway. All right, Block. We'll call it Block.
Yeah, that's their official current name. Yeah, so just the thesis that I'm looking here is that despite being an all-time high, there's signs of underlying weakness, and I'm just being cautious just with longs. However, like I mentioned before, so we had just really strong up move on the back of the results of financial stocks this earnings season. We had this strong uptrend making new all-time highs. We had this period that was also almost like chasing, right? And we had just consecutive gap ups. We had just the majority of days being green, had just very little pullbacks. But then we set a new high just around this 52 level, which we retested 2 days prior to the day of this trade. And then the day before this trade, we had this big red candle just on above average volume. So just the fact that we were unable to break out and the single candle just kind of took out the range for almost an entire week, I think it was very notable to me, especially since this was the leading sector, just leading the market. So I think that was very notable. And this is a stock that is also related with the financial sector. Therefore, it was a very important change in character that I observed this day.
Good. Yep, that's a big red candle.
Then also the Bitcoin is an important element with blocks since they have a large holdings of Bitcoin in their books. And obviously we had just a double top after this big breakout after the election. We broke the 100K level. Then we had just set a range, but we fell here in double top, and then we started holding just for the first time holding below the 50-day moving average.
Are you watching
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin while you're trading, Block?
It does not influence my trading decisions, but maybe for a higher time frame, I think it's important to know where Bitcoin stands since Block has some of their product offerings the revenues depend on Bitcoin as well as their holdings. So I think it has relevance, but is not directly correlated something like Coin or any other of the miners, but still has a level of correlation. Yeah, so we just had also a little bit of weakness in Bitcoin at this point, just holding under the 50-day moving average and just seeing a strong compression in volatility just below that level. So that was something interesting for me to note. So now as we come into the day, so we have our intraday fundamentals, the company having a market cap of 37 billion, daily average volume traded of just under 8 million. It's a high beta stock, 2.76, giving us an ATR of 3.58, which I'm just trying to gauge the liquidity and the range that this name can give, just to see if this is a good trading vehicle. So another good metric is seeing the ATR divided by price, which at 4%, I think it makes it an attractive trading vehicle. Anything above 10 is definitely something that can be very good. It's risk to reward.
Yeah, just for so Bitcoin, just important, interesting technical point on Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, I think Bitcoin got down to about 77,500 at its low in the last 5 days. I have like 72,000 as like a pretty significant support level in that.
Yep.
I don't know if other people are following that closely, but that's a gap fill from a pretty significant breakout. So those are some levels we were watching. Didn't quite get there, but man, pretty close.
They get pretty close. And yeah, we're looking at just the volume. It's really fundamental to gauge participation. So we were making in the pre-market just about 28% of the daily average volume was being done in the pre-market session. As in terms of the intraday fundamentals, we had the company, well, they provide financial technology for processing payments. They also, as a growth company, they have tried to innovate in their Bitcoin offering, doing a bit of mining. And they hold a significant, they have holdings about 8,000 Bitcoin.
Does Block normally give guidance?
They do not normally give guidance. So the main metrics, therefore, that I'll be looking at here are just the reported EPS and revenues. So they missed on EPS by 21.6%. Which so we have a threshold about 10% being.
Why did they miss?
They missed 21.6%.
Why?
So they saw a decline in their revenues. They also had just a little bit of increase on expenses, but overall they still had revenue just grow year over year by just about 1.5%. So to me, it just looked like they had just a small growth in the revenues, but they missed on expectations. And this still, I think, is considered a growth company. So certainly seeing growth slowing for a growth company is not ideal, especially if you have in mind the higher risk, higher returns in this type of companies.
Yeah. So if you're a growth company and you miss, you're going to get hit harder than if you're a more mature company.
Absolutely.
So growth companies get priced more to perfection than other companies. So good point. I like how you're pointing that out. But they didn't give you, they didn't give some sort of reason as to why they missed on EPS.
It's again, they had just an increase on some of the cost of business, but overall, I did not find anything really standing out that would make this,
Yeah.
-9, -10. But still, I think just putting all the pieces together, another thing that with them having so much exposure to just to the Bitcoin market, obviously any changes, and Bitcoin being still like a risk-on asset, just any changes in the risk-off sentiment in the market just will make them more vulnerable to volatility. And just again, to being sold, just if there are, institutions are willing to de-risk, then this will be one of the names that probably they will go to first.
Okay, so my memory of this is that Cash App, their growth rate decelerated. Square's numbers. So Block is made up of Square and Cash App and some other companies. Square obviously being the more well-known, but Cash App obviously known pretty well, but Square is the original OG, as my son would say. So they missed, so Square missed by a little bit too. And I'm pretty sure they talked about the overall consumer spending confidence affecting their overall numbers. So the reason why I ask this is because there's a difference between a company missed because they had to spend money once, and they're not gonna have to spend money again, and that's the reason why they missed their overall number, as opposed to, hey, their growth company, Cash App, was declining, and their legacy business did worse than expected. And they're starting to see slowdown across the board. So these are things that are going to bring in what we call a changing fundamentals trade, meaning that yesterday the fundamentals of the company were way better. Today the fundamentals of the company are way worse. These are not things that are just going to be changed overnight. And so this makes me much more likely, depending on where the stock is on its daily chart, to think this is going to go down, and you may get an intraday trend trade on this because the fundamentals have changed to the downside. So you want to dive deeper into exactly why they missed, and that's got to be in your intraday fundamentals, and you got to understand that.
That's an excellent point. Yeah.
Also, it's just an incomplete, because you're just not getting a complete rep out of this if you don't. They're just going to trade. So like, let's say that Block missed, but they had to buy some big new piece of property to build a whole bunch of equipment. This is really their business, but let's just say they had to buy really expensive servers and hire really expensive engineers to build something. And that's why they missed. All right, that's probably not going to be that big of a deal. But their core business is slowing, their growth business is slowing, and their legacy business isn't doing as well, and they're starting to slow down the overall economy. That's a rep in a stock. Man, I think that stock's going down. That's be surprised me if it goes up. And so I'm going to trade with an open mind, obviously, but you're not going to get changing fundamentals like this too often. This is textbook. If somebody wrote a book on trading, they'd talk about changing. Oh, wait a second. They'd talk about changing fundamentals trades, and this might be one of the examples.
Absolutely, yeah. I think well, they mentioned to the Cash App, they actually they were just flat on the year, just about up 1%. So they did, but you're absolutely right that their growth slowed, which just being a growth company just has higher implication, and I'll make sure I include this important metrics in my notes going forward. I think to note also that they, as they mentioned, just increased competition, so also slow down as companies like Apple just having more presence in their own payment platforms. So yeah, just kind of taking or seeing increased competition and the likelihood of decreasing perhaps market share in future quarters. So those are very good things that I will make a note of and make sure I include going forward.
Yeah, just a little insider baseball. So one of the things that we get delivered to our inbox every day, we'd see that Block had earnings, and we just go to our email and type in Block, and we'd get some pretty good notes with some nice bullet points on exactly why Block was trading lower and the key reasons for it. So it's a little bit easier for a professional prop trader to get this information and remember it, because we're analysts are just feeding us with the reasons. So hopefully some of you trade professional prop one day and get that sent to your inbox.
That will certainly make things a little bit easier. Okay, so I'm just going to move on to just the technical charts for Block. So we can see that the company has just been trading in the range. This is the weekly chart, sorry, the monthly chart. So it has been just trading in the range for just about a couple of years now. However, just see that this overall weakness that we being a growth company is just mid-range is not ideal. But I think on the daily chart we have just a bit more detail. So very interesting here, just this date, the prior earnings, which coincided very closely with the election day and the breakout on Bitcoin. So we had just this breakout in which we put a high, and then we put a higher high on the daily time frame, and then we actually kind of reverts a little bit, and when we put a lower high, it's kind of almost like a head and shoulders pattern, just in this higher time frame, and then this lower high that we put in just 93, it was retested again second time just in January, and we see that the level here was just traded with higher than average volume on that pop into 93. So we know that there is some sellers selling interest at higher prices, and really the sellers at this point are under control. Now we are trading just below all the key moving averages for different time frame participants, and a break just below this 81 kind of validates these head and shoulder patterns. Key level that I'm watching intraday is 75, as it was this previous resistance level that kind of became support after earnings, just regapping into that area, which also coincides with the 200-day moving average. So it's a really the key level that I'm watching for this trade. It's at 75.
Okay.
For my trade strategy, so the stock is down 10% from the previous close. It's on SSR, so I'm being very cautious in how I put on risk. We will see in the intraday chart actually.
SSR means you can't short except on an uptick.
Correct. So this just normally means that there is the price action is going to be volatile, and that you can get just strong swings to the upside as there is that kind of short liquidity, and you get that kind of, yeah, just you can get spray up, especially on the tape, just to in levels that usually in the stocks that are not under this restriction do not show. So just have like a specific playbook for the circumstances.
Yeah, the stocks that are SSR can have these quick up moves more so than stocks that are not on SSR, and so they move a little bit differently. Good point. I like you pointing that out. Takes a little bit more patience sometimes.
A little more patience, and sometimes they really test your nerve. So we have here is this initial move down in the after hours into that 75 level, and we see that we begin to kind of put lower highs in the after hours, and then the pre-market. We continue to put lower highs, begin to downtrend in the pre-market, just beginning to break that 75 level, but just still being close to it at the open. So because of this, I will not short any first move downs. I really want to see any attempts for buyers to be met with heavy selling pressure. So I'd rather short pops than chasing the stock down on SSR. I would ideally like to see the pre-market highs being retested and seeing the sellers begin to step in aggressively at those levels, just to show me that they perhaps they're showing their hand and they may have a lot of stock that they want to sell. So I'm looking for trades such as the pick and roll, and I will be trading at the open, just scalping, but I have just with the entire context, I have theses that this can be either a move-to-move trade or a trade to hold. So if I see this price action just as we get back to retesting the pre-market lows, I just want to see some kind of range develop and a clear break to the downside with very distinct volume or a very distinct change in the tape. So I'm looking to, even though I want to only kind of put a filler in the opening or at the open, I'm looking to kind of pyramid or have like hold ideally build a bigger position and trade around a core with a primary target being 1 ATR down on the day. If this 75 level and pre-market lows are being reclaimed, then I want to reduce my exposure, especially keeping in mind the squeezy nature of SSR. Sometimes it's paramount for me to just to manage my risk responsibly. And as for exit strategies, I like to tier out into weakness when I'm shorting and tier out into strength when I'm going long. So this is we see again the intraday 5-minute charts, and here we have just this first 5 minutes candle of the day. It has a very long wick into this pre-market high at 76.50. So we'll see in the tape how this was significant. However, one thing that I really want to point out is the volume that this stock was trading on the day, and the reason why this just became this kind of gave confirmation that there's just like you said, Bella, it's a super stock in play, and my entire focus this day has to be in this stock. So here this is the kind of a expansion of this volume indicator bars that I have here. So on the left we have the 5 minutes. Excuse me. On the left we have the 1 minute. On the right we have the 5 minutes. And so this indicator what we have is it's probably hard to see. So the average volume for the past 21 days is this kind of glazed shade of white. This is the volume at the time, the average volume at the time for the past 21 days. This first line that we have here is 1 standard deviation from average volume. And then this line that we have here, that's 10 standard deviations from average volume. So we had this very strong opening, but then we see this sustained volume, nearly 10 standard deviations, just every single bar in both the 1 minute and the 5 minute time frame. So this to me is extremely significant. This is extremely rare, especially for a stock of this market cap. It really tells me that there are very big players with big interest in this stock today, and therefore I am just ready to just be a bit more aggressive in the way that I trade and the way that I put risk onto this name. So here I have just a capture of my trade management. So basically, I did short a bottom failure into this pre-market high. You'll see that for this trade, for this pick and roll trade, I like to see just kind of a bit of profit taking at the open. But then once sellers, like, you begin to see like just the bidders kind of begin to step in, and on the tape, just the bids hold. So I'm looking at particular levels that the bidders continue to step in and how they react to those levels. And then I'm shorting once those significant bids drop and when they begin to hold below those bids. Risking
Good. That's
to...
a great entry on the open. So you notice a pattern on the tape as to how the stock's going up. And then that pattern disappears, dissipates, and you've got a lot of you've got a big negative catalyst, and you short and give it a run. Good.
That's right. So I'm
the more overextended it goes up, the more it spikes, the better for your entry. You want it to spike higher and higher and higher, and then you want to see those buyers go away, and when they do, it's a good place to hit it. Get short. First scalp.
That's correct. First scalp.
Great scalp. A great scalp.
And that's really the idea. Once we begin holding into that 75, so I took a first tier, but that 75 kind of held just for a moment and resprayed. Just seeing that, just being careful as we may just even make even a marginal higher high to then turn around. But once that 75 broke down, we'll see on the tape, it just was clear that those bidders just disappeared, and we began to hold. And it kind of actually just started making lower highs on the tape. So it was a good place to adhere and just looking to take most of that scalp out into pre-market lows at 74, but then observing price action. And what we had here was, then we had another break into like another flag under that 74 level. This is where I put most of my size. And then I was trading that core, so taking profits into weakness. And then the spots were also just very clear on the tape, just that sprays and how the sellers regain control, especially at key moving averages. So I did add some size into some of these pops, and then at this point I'm just trading, looking for that 1 ATR on the day, and which was hit at the 70 level. So these were my trade executions.
Well, go back to the chart, and I think it's important. This is why these playbook trades can be so helpful, because you don't see a chart that looks like that every day. This chart, this stock, this is a really weak stock. This is a stock that never really does anything, never really makes you think it's going to go up. And I mean, on the open, it has a little bit of a spike because it's down over 10% and it's SSR, and it really gives you an amazing entry. It's a gift that it goes up like that right on the open. And you know how to enter. You know, you don't just short it when it's spiking. You wait for the change. You wait for the bids to drop that you've seen holding up the stock. And then you hit it. And then below the new low of the open is an area to hit it. Any of the consolidation areas are a way to add size to it. It never trades above EWAP. You have a target of 1 ATR, fine. There are other ways to put trailing stops on this. There are other ways to develop 2-minute bar exits. But I mean, honestly, for any trading strategy that any of you have, they're all going to work in this stock. Okay, assuming you're not buying the pull-ins, but assuming you know what your trading strategies are, slight bit competent, they're all going to work.
Mike, I'm on
hitting
the lobby.
Hitting the new low, that's going to work. Shorting against consolidation, that's going to work. Shorting below VWAP, that's going to work. Your trade on the open, that's going to work. It's all going to work because you've picked a changing fundamentals trade. They're all going to work, every single one of them, because the fundamentals of the company changed to the downside in a growth stock. And you want to go back and just really have pictures of this in your mind. You want to go back and understand when a market goes from strong to weak and a growth stock goes from growth to deceleration, this is what these charts can look like. And really, you want to be thinking to yourself, man, I really got to make a lot in this trade. Did I make enough? Where could I have made more? How could I have made more? For all of you, because they're all going to work, every single one of them. And so I would just encourage you to go back and be super hard on yourself and say, where could I have made more? How could I have entered better? But it's the stock selection. It's the stock selection that makes the trade. But I didn't print this in my brain. All right, we've been at this a bunch. I'm getting called into another. Spencer's calling me. I got to go on Spencer calls. We've been at this for a while. You guys need to go get a drink, some water. Appreciate you coming on here, John, and we'll see you guys next week. Trade well.
Thank you, Jeff.
At the key level that I wanted to know about. So next up, we'll take a look at BBAI from February 6th. Now, full disclosure, I did not trade this one, but one of the traders that I've been working with did spot this, and I thought it was an excellent trade. So let's take a look at it and review. On the higher time frame, you can see volume coming into BBAI. can see this resistance level at $4.80. You can see it tests that, looks like it's going to break out and fails. So we have a recent high of $5.20. In the pre-market, there was news in BBAI. The news was that they secured a significant contract with the US Department of Defense. The deal involved using AI to enhance geopolitical risk analysis. RVOL was extremely high, and short interest, similar to OKLO, was above 20% for this stock, which tells us it's susceptible to squeeze. And you can see in the pre-market, when that news comes out, we break over that recent high at $5.20. And you could bet that shorts are starting to get nervous here with the news and the higher time frame breakout. Now we need to look for a setup intraday to participate in this opportunity. So we have an intraday high, $5.85. We have a very tight opening range that is, you can see it clearly holding over VWAP. Every time it gets below VWAP, buyers step in, and you can see that with these wicks. Just wicks into VWAP and rebids, wicks into VWAP and rebids and rebids. And then it starts to hold up near the top of the opening range. And it's completely fine that if you take this opening range break to the upside and it stuffs and it fails and you get stopped out, that's completely fine. But more often than not, we need to give an idea more than one attempt. So you can see after that failure from new highs, we failed to break down and we continue to hold up in just this 9 EMA access support, which is really nice. And then we get the opening range break to the upside. A few ways that we could manage this trade. One, you would want to scale out of some into momentum as that momentum starts to slow. So that could be around $6.20. You can see that fail for 2 minutes there. And then we push up to $6.30, which is right around 1 ATR from low of day. So I think taking 1/3 or a quarter of your position off there is completely fair. And then we could look for a 2 ATR move, given that RVOL was extreme here. So you can see at the end of the day, BBAI traded 609% of its 30-day average volume. RVOL was extremely high. And what I like to say, when RVOL is over 5, we need to have an imagination. The stock could move 2, 3, 4, even 5 ATRs when RVOL stays elevated like that. And we know that the stock has over 20% short interest. You could use the 9 or 21 EMA to define your trend. We could see that the 9 doesn't really work out too well. You can see like we're kind of closing below it. We pull into it a couple times. And then what's really interesting is we get the first pull into the 21 EMA and it holds. So you could just simply say, as long as we're holding above the 21 EMA, I'm gonna stay in this trade. We get some momentum and an extension above $7, nice round whole number. I would be taking additional profits there. We get another pullback to the 21 EMA on the 2-minute. And just to say real quick, I like to use the 9 and 21 on the 2-minute the best. We hold the 21, we push up, hold the 21 again, and we start to stall out around $7.40. And interestingly enough, that is now 2 ATRs from low of day, so a good sign to take additional profits. And then, what's nice about this is you get a clear trend break on volume as the stock fails from 750, and you get a cross of the 9 and 21 EMA for the first time all morning since that news came out in the pre-market. And you can see volume comes in there on the trend break. So if you're not out of this trade by now, that is your clear signal to take profits there. Now we're gonna jump into RGTI, which is a quantum computing stock. After hours on January 7th, Jensen Huang, who is the CEO at NVIDIA, came out and said that he thinks quantum computing is a great idea, but he thinks it's about 30 years out, which caused the backside in this stock and this steep down move, which gave back more than half of this recent rally. And traders were looking for a short. And essentially what we end up having here is a bit of a dead cat bounce. Similar to the MSTR and Bitcoin opening range break is that we have alignment with a daily chart breakdown and confirmation through the opening range break intraday. So you could see that RGTI, after it tops out here a little bit on the daily, it develops a range between 14 and 12. You can see that clear buyer there at 12 on the daily in this consolidation, holds, 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 and continue to holds. And then we get a false breakout through that 14 resistance area, and it starts to curl down. So full disclosure, this is one of the trades that I did not take, but I saw a trader on the desk did really well with this trade, and it just makes a ton of sense to me. I love this trade. So let's dive in and reverse engineer it together. And also, similar to OKLO, this is just one that you could set alerts for. And I believe this trader just got the alert for this trade as it came back into 12. And what's really nice is you have that confluence with the higher time frame support and the opening range low right at $12. So you see this nice tight opening range develops. We have the low at 12.04. The stock holds 12.04 and it tries to bounce and get back above VWAP, and it can't. And it tries to